and a 120-foot worm lunge to the finish. We have our Opens men's masters teams and our Opens men's women's masters teams all out on the floor. Britt, who do we got out here taking on the first heat of the day?
All right, guys, down in lane number 1, we got the CF Southie Duncan Ducktails. Lane number 2, Primitive Apes. Lane number 3, Dad Bod. Lane number 4, Pacemakers. We got the Townies in lane number 5, the Breaking Backs in lane number 6, Mycrop Mayhem in lane number 7, 50 Shades of Gains in lane number 8, Real Cheese Don't Die in lane number 9, CrossFit Bear in lane number 10. Down in lane number 12, we've got Grayin and Slayin. Lane number 13, Salis Rocks Miami. Age Cheese Me in lane number 14. The Gym Boss Babes in lane number 15. Girls Who Overheat in lane 16. The Lady Bulbs in 17. And lane number 18, the Bay State Brawlers. You heard it, guys. These are your Open Masters teams on the floor right now.
On these ping pong wall balls, they're passing back and forth, 1 rep at a time, splitting these wall balls in 3 different ways with a 20-pound ball for the gentlemen, 14 for the ladies, 10 feet for the guys, 9 feet for the ladies. Got to hit that target and pass back and forth. A lot of communication here. And then they have 50 toes to bar where one athlete's going to work, one athlete's going to hang, and the other one's just going to hang out.
Solid teamwork this morning for these Masters teams on their very last yet best day they've got on this Sunday morning.
Just over 2 minutes in. I haven't seen many teams put the ball down yet. Just kind of stub it in one person, getting ready, keeping that ball floating for those 150 reps. We'll start to see these wall balls be done closer to that 4-minute, maybe a little bit over, 4-minute mark.
We're getting in the 90s for reps on this one, guys, for some of these teams, as we are just over that 3-minute mark right now.
Coming up on 100 reps here in lane 18 for the Bay State Brawlers.
$109, it looks like, for the Breaking Backs down there in the middle of lane number 6.
Coming up on 120 down here in lane 14 for Aged Cheese Me.
$125 for 50 Shades of Gains. Looking for that hand to come up, though, to see who's going to be our first off of those ping pong wall balls, guys, and on to those 50 toes to bar.
We had a 12-minute time cap here, 12-minute time cap. No hands just yet. Oh, and I got a hand down here in lane 15. Gym Boss Babes, 1 more wall ball, and 150 done, and now they'll move on to the 50 toes to bar in lane 15. One athlete going for toes to bar, another one hanging. As many reps as they can, getting into that 50.
Guys, we got 50 Shades of Gain with just 3 reps to go down here, down in lane number 8.
Girls Who Overheat now on the ring, about 5 toes to bar behind Gym Boss Babes in lane 15 and 16.
But in lanes number 2 and 3, Primitive Apes and the Dad Bods are on their toes to bar. Right next to them, down in lane number 4, the Pacemakers also jumped up. 50 Shades of Gains and Real G's Don't Die. Again, one athlete is going to work while the other will just hang there. Just some morning stretching, a little shoulder traction.
$50 toes to bars to be completed here. Gym Boss Babes in lane 15 and Girls Who Overheat in lane 16 on the rig for the first 2 teams here. Down this way for our ladies division. Here in lane 17, Lady Bulbs. As well as in lane 13, Salus Rocks Miami. Coming out with a strong set here, chipping into that 50. Hand is up in lane 15 for the Gym Boss Babes with one more toe to bar. And Gym Boss Babes will now move on to the worm for 120 feet. They have
on our worm, though, guys,
30.
down in lane number 3 and 4, we got the Dad Bod and the Pacemakers. But we've got a hand up. Toes to bar have been executed and completed. Out of lane number 3, Dad Bods, and they're onto their worm, and follow suit will be lane number 9, Real G's Don't Die, on their way down for that worm lunge.
Down this way, Girls Who Overheat get the worm up a little bit faster than our ladies in lane 15, Gym Boss Babes, and they'll be about one step ahead. They have 4 30-foot lengths. Once they all get past this yellow line, they got to drop the worm and turn around.
Looks like first one to take that pivot, though, is down there in lane number 3, but sneaking ahead of them, guys. In lane number 9, the Real G's Don't Die.
Gym Boss Babes on the way back in lane 14. Age Cheeseby now, 30 feet down. They have to meet at the bottom and at the top every rep. And down here, Girls Who Overheat. Beautiful synchronization here. Lane 17, Lady Bulbs now get the worm on their shoulder, as well as in lane 13, Salus Rocks Miami.
Dad Bod wrapping that next segment up, and they're going to pivot and lift that right back up. And just next to them, guys, are the Pacemakers. And then a few lanes down in lane number 6, the Breaking Backs will make their way back down the line.
Coming up on 8 minutes in. 2 legs down for the Gym Boss Babes, as well as Girls Who Overheat, lanes 15 and 16 respectively. On the third of 4 legs here for this walking lunge with this worm on the shoulder, 120 feet.
Getting a couple of no reps here that will set them back a little bit. But it looks like still holding that lead right now, the Dad Bods in lane number 3, and just tight behind them, guys, in lane number 2, Primitive Apes. And down in lane number 6, the Breaking Backs are going to slice that guy back up and make their way back down the line.
Gym Boss Babes now on the way back. Their 4th and final leg, 8 minutes and 49 seconds in. They got a few more steps to go.
We got the Dad Bods coming in hot right now out of lane number 3.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Gym Boss Babes will take it for our Open Masters ladies. 9 minutes and 4 seconds unofficially.
And the Dad Bods, about 9:04 unofficial for the gentlemen. And just making their way over the line out of lane number 6, we got the Breaking Backs, and to follow suit out of lane number 2, the Primitive Apes. And crossing in lane number 9, Real G's Don't Die. And side by side, but sprinting ahead lane number 5, the Townies.
The Girls Who Overheat and the Gym Boss Babes will now come on in lanes 15 and 16.
CrossFit Southie making their way back.
Coming up on the final 2 minutes, few more steps here for these ladies in lanes 17 and 18. Lady Bulbs and the Bay State Brawlers.
Mycroft Mayhem will finish strong on that one.
One more leg for the Bay State Brawlers here.
We're at that 10-minute 20 mark right now as they finalize that 120 feet here.
Final 90 seconds. Bay State Brawlers back out for the final 60 feet. Down in lane 13, Salus Rock Miami with 60 more feet. And here in lane 17, the Lady Bulbs have 2 more legs to go.
Pacemakers in lane number 4 on their last few steps, but pulling up in a very good speed right now out of lane number 10, CrossFit Bear.
1 more minute.
Crossing over that line, guys. Lane number 4, the Pacemakers.
Bay State Brawlers have 30 more feet to go with 45 seconds.
"50 Shades of Gains."
30 seconds. Few more steps here for the Bay State Brawlers with 15 seconds remaining.
50 Shades of Gains.
10 seconds.
Finalize their last few steps.
5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Open Masters teams. One more workout left for them. Down this way, the ladies, Gym Boss Babes will take it in lane 15.
Onto the floor, guys. Right now, we've got your open teams stepping up to the plate right now. Athletes, you have 2 minutes. "90 seconds, athletes. 90 seconds. Less than 1 minute, athletes. Less than 1 minute. "30 seconds, athletes. 30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, what do we got?
So here at TYR Wodapalooza, Miami, lane 1, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Lane 2, the Gritty Angels. Lane 3, Big Dogs, Les Moustache from Team Canada, as well as Nostra Familia in lane 5. Lane 6, Les Snowbirds. Lane 7, Hype Interns. Brickyard's Fitness Crew. Lane 8, CFJC Dominion in 9. Just Roll With It in 10. Over on the ladies' side, Chalk Dirty to Me. We also have Patriots Daughters. She Cooks in 14. Island Girls in 15. Caribbean Gal in lane 16. Are You Hyped in 17. And of course, we're here for the Fat Ash in lane 18. And right now, in the trio triplet, these teams, 4-time 150 ping pong wall balls. They're going to transfer over to 50 toes to bar. 1 works, 1 hangs, as well as 120 feet of worm lunge.
Well, you heard it, guys. Plenty of work for these teams to take on this Sunday of theirs. Finishing out, though, and honor that 12-minute cap. So let's see who's going to be our first one off of the wall balls and on to those toes to bar. $54 for the Hype Interns. $59 for Nostra Familia.
We just hit the 50 rep mark in lane 12 for Chalk Dirty to Me. Lane 13, approaching this 60 wall ball mark.
A lot of these teams at least over that 3rd mark here. Approaching that 65 to 70 mark down here.
The Island Girls at coming up on 90 reps.
$87 right now for the Hype Interns down here.
Caribbean Gals now at the 100 mark in lane 16.
Les Moustaches making their way well over that 100 mark. Joining us, of course, from Canada. But awaiting that hand to come up so these athletes can get right up onto that rig for those toes to bar.
It's mandatory that you put the word less in front of anything to make it plural and Canadian.
Very, very tight rule for you Canadians, yeah?
Yeah.
Just over that 4-minute mark here, guys.
100 reps for Chalk Dirty to Me in lane 12.
Last few reps, guys. We've got a hand up down in lane number 3, though. The big dogs for their final 2. And a hand down, up, and down in lane number 10. Just roll with it. But on to their toast bar are the big dogs out of Venezuela.
And your first team on the ladies' side in lane 15, Island Girls, onto their toast bar. One athlete will do a static hang as the other athlete is working.
Les Mustaches in lane number 4. Quick on their toast bar right now. And just next to them, guys, down in lanes number 5 and 6, the Nostra Familia and Les Snowbirds.
And lane 16 and 17 also joining for the toast bar, as well as lane 14, She Cooks. Lane 13, the Patriots' Daughters, as well on the bar.
Forty reps down for the big dogs out of lane number 3. Inching near those last few reps, so for these teams, as they are hungry to get onto those worm lunges down in lane number 10. Last few for team Just Roll With It. Last few for the boys of Venezuela. And off of their toast bar, guys, lane number 4, Les Mustaches.
Last 4 reps right now in lane 12. Chalk Dirty to Me for their ping pong wall balls, and they're going to move on to their toast bar now. And we have our first team in lane 17. Are you hyped? First to the lunges for the ladies.
The Canadians have turned it around out of lane number 4, Les Mustaches, on their way back down. And inching up on their heels, guys, the big dogs out of Venezuela. And in lane number 10, Just Roll With It. Lane number 6, Les Snowbirds.
Chasing down Are You Hyped in lane 15 is Island Girls, as well as in lane 16, Caribbean Gals.
Les Mustaches on their way back, but right next to them, guys, the big dogs on their way back. It's a close one down here, guys. Les Mustaches. The Gritty Angels moving quick, but crossing over that finish line, guys. Les Mustaches out of Canada.
And right now, taking over the lead for the ladies, Island Girls.
And crossing that finish line, the big dogs out of Venezuela in lane number 3 will finish up strong. And just down from them, guys, lane number 5 and lane number 10 crossing in almost identical times. Nostra Familia and Just Roll With It. The Snowbirds in lane number 6 also crossing over that finish line.
And right now in lane 15 for the ladies, Island Girls are separating themselves. However, in lane 13, Patriots' Daughters trying to close that distance.
the Gritty Angels. Solid communication down there in lane number 2, and they will cross over. And in lane number 8, Brickyard Fitness Crew to finish strong.
And the Island Girls finish just under 9 minutes, 50 seconds unofficial in lane 15. And right behind them, Patriots Daughters lunging their way, and right beside them in lane 14, She Cooks is trying to beat out Caribbean Gal. And we are just under 2 minutes remaining. Caribbean Gals are done. Lane 14, She Cooks. One more lunge left. And they're going to be crossing.
Strong teamwork and steps for Team Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as they finish out on those worm lunges. We're at about that 11-minute mark, guys. 60 seconds till your cap. Get behind these teams, Miami, as they finalize their last few lunges here.
Are you hyped in lane 17 now, crossing the line? Coming up on 30 seconds.
Last length here for the boys of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Miami, put your hands together. They've got 25 seconds to go. Help these guys out.
Ten seconds.
Just before the
3,
cap.
2, 1, time.
Here comes our next heat of our open our open team division coming on out. Two minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute. Athletes on this side of the floor, please. Athletes over here. Slightly. 30 seconds, athletes. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right now, starting from lane 1 all the way through 20. Lane 1, number 1 King. Lane 2, Title Mad. Lane 3, TTD Mafia. Lane 4, CrossFit Graphene Black. Lane 5, The Fellers. USCG Workout 2, Remember. Lane 6, Los Tres Amigos, you're in 7. Lane 8, Water Slide Truple. Lane 9, 2.5 Men. CF Burst, you're in 10. Scaled for Life in 11. Latin Power Gang in 12. Lane 13, Muscle Mafia. Lane 14, Centered CrossFit. 3-peat, you're in 15. CrossFit Holy Springs, you're in 16. CrossFit Chicotomy, you're in 17. Triple B, 18. Power Pivot, 19. And Queens of the North, lane 20.
All right, we are down here at the TYR Arena taking on the Trio Triplet. For time, 150 ping pong wall balls. Gentlemen will use a 20-pound ball to a 10-foot target, and ladies will use a 14-pound ball to a 9-foot target. Then they'll complete 50 toes to bar, where one athlete will start chipping away at those toes to bar, while another athlete hangs beside them, and the other one hangs out in the rest area. And then they have a 120-foot worm lunge to the finish, 4 30-foot lengths to be completed 4 times. Down this end for our ladies, just under 9 minutes and 50 seconds, set by the Island Gals, will be your time to beat for this heat out here. For our gentlemen, we're looking around 8 minutes and 8 seconds for your time to beat.
CF Burst in lane 10, coming up on 60 reps.
Down this way, a couple of our teams are chipping past 50, getting into 60. We'll start to see these ladies and gentlemen putting these balls down around 4 minutes plus, around that 4.5-minute mark before they make their way to those toes to bar for 50 reps.
USCG Workout 2, Remember, approaching 80 reps.
Coming up on 70 reps down here in lane 18 for Triple B.
Lane 4, CrossFit Graphene Black, approaching the 90 rep mark.
3 minutes in now. $100 done down here in lane 12 for Latin Power Gang. Again, none of these ladies have dropped the wall ball yet. They're just subbing in, tagging in and out with letting this ball stay up on that target every single rep. Coming up on 120 reps for Queens of the North.
Coming up on 120 reps for TD Mafia in lane 3.
Just over 4 minutes in, we're going to start to see some hands flying in the air very shortly around that 4:30 mark, as we have a few teams in that 120-plus range for our ladies as well as our gentlemen.
And a team from the U.S. Coast Guard, lane 6, coming up on 140 reps.
And down here in lane 12, the Latin Power Gang, last 3 reps remaining before they move on to the 50 toes to bar.
Hands up in the air for the U.S. Coast Guard in lane 6.
And
Last
Latin
rep
Power
remaining.
Gang get on the rig. And down in lane 14, center CrossFit.
And your first 2 teams, lane 6 and lane 3, TD Mafia is going against the U.S. Coast Guard for rep right now. In lane 10 as well, CF Burst. Lanes 1 and 2 joining the party on the bar.
Down in lane 13, Muscle Mafia, as well as in lane 14, Center CrossFit. And now here in lane 15, 3-Pete, as well as lane 17, CrossFit Chakotami. Now beginning their toes to bar, joining them as well in lane 20, Queens of the North. Latin Power Gang were the first team to get there. Down in lane 15, 3-Pete were the second team, and our third team in lane 17, CrossFit Chakotami, your third. 5.5 minutes in. 50 toes to bar to be completed before they can get on that worm for that last 120-foot lunge to the finish line.
I feel like when it comes down to the lunges on this heat, there's going to be a lot of groups getting out there quick, but they got to understand smooth is fast when it comes to these lunges with the worm.
That is right. They got to make sure that that knee touches the ground. They stand up at the same time every rep, and that all athletes get across this yellow line before they go and turn. And let's see the Latin Power Gang in lane 12 get the worm up on their shoulders here in the matching blue and green shorts and black tops. Lane 12.
And once again, in lane 6 and lane 3, we got the U.S. Coast Guard versus the TD Mafia, as well as lane 1 and 10 on the bookends. Number 1 King as well as CF Burst are on the lunges. Joining them in lane 2, Title Mad.
First athlete gets across. 30 feet down for the Latin Power Gang. Down here in lane 14, Center CrossFit, as well as in lane 13, Muscle Mafia, and in lane 15, 3-Pete, all step for step with each other, but now trying to take ahead of the lead here in lane 16, CrossFit Holly Springs.
And in lane 6, your heat leaders right now from the U.S. Coast Guard. They're going to try to beat 8:08 is the time to beat.
Just under 9:50 for our ladies is the time to beat, as the Latin Power Gang now have 60 feet remaining, completing 2 of the 4 legs of 30 feet. On the way back in lane 15, team 3-Pete. Down in lane 17, CrossFit Chakotami trying to catch up to team 3-Pete, as well as in lane 14, Center CrossFit.
Lane 6, the U.S. Coast Guard with the heat win. Just under 750 unofficial.
And the Latin Power Gang have to bring back the worm. They're still in the lead here, but now in lane 15, 3-Pete could catch up to the Latin Power Gang. And here in lane 14 as well, Centered CrossFit.
And we got a lunge off on the bookends in lane 1 and 10. Number 1 King.
Latin Power Gang back up on the worm. They got a few more steps to complete. And now they're just going to be right step for step with lane 15. 3-Pete.
Your next set of athletes in lane 9. 2.5 men are in now across the line. As well as in lane 5, the Fellers.
Down here in lane 12, the Latin Power Gang get the worm back up. They have a few more steps remaining here. One more step. They got to all get across. And now they got to run across the finish line. Give it up for the Latin Power Gang. 9 minutes and 5 seconds unofficially. On the way back here, Team 3P, lane 15. Down in lane 14, Centered CrossFit. Centered CrossFit will take the lead now. Few more steps for them. And Centered CrossFit will get across 9 minutes and 26 seconds unofficially. One more step in lane 15 for 3P. Now 3P will get across, take it third in the heat, 9:34.
We're approaching the 2-minute mark.
Ten minutes in. Down in lane 18. Triple B on the way back on this lunge.
Los Three Amigos is in now in lane 7.
Lane 11, scaled for life. Few more steps for these ladies. One more step for Scale for Life. And Scale for Life will get across as well as in lane 16, CrossFit Holly Springs. Few more steps here in lanes 18 and 19. Now both teams will get across. And we have one more ladies team remaining on the floor here in lane 13.
1 minute remaining.
Muscle Mafia. Final 30 feet. "45 seconds remaining. A few more steps to these ladies.
"30 seconds.
One more step. Can they get across? And Muscle Mafia will make it under the cap with 20 seconds remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our second heat of open teams. For our ladies, the Latin Power Gang will take it at 9 minutes and 6 seconds, setting the new time to beat.
How are we feeling? Good. I thought someone stole this yesterday and I about kept it. That's a nice question. I will let you know. You're doing great though. Both of you guys. No, I was saying, for real. I like the sweaters. Yeah. Wada. You're doing great. Did you have any feedback? Yeah. You guys are a little bit more senior than I am. We all gotta help each other. Yeah. Guys, we got about 3 minutes. Stick tight. Bringing out our team, guys, as we've got under 2 minutes to the start on this heat. Heat number 4 of our open teams on the floor. In lane number 1, Big Motion Mafia. In lane number 2, CFCG White. In lane number 3, Eurofed at Deville. Lane number 4, Ab Swan Fonson. AB, for that matter. Lane number 5, Axolotls. Lane number 6, CrossFit Badass. Lane number 7, Nostra. 2 White Boys, 1 Latino. In lane number 8, Trust. In lane 9, CSC and 10. Over on the ladies' side of the story, lane 11, Chimney Rock Triple Nipples. Snatch Sisters in 12. CrossFit 3-2-1 in lane 13. In lane number 14, the Valkyries. Training Day Girls in lane 15. Above and Beyond Girls in 16. Toque Bacasite in lane number 17. Las Chicas 18. Bethesda Steel in lane 19. And in lane number 20, the Hierarchy Turtle Power. Athletes, you have 1 minute. $30 seconds. $10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. And we are off. Cam, what we got here today?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the TYR Arena if you haven't been here yet, but we are taking on the Trio Triplet. 150 ping pong wall balls at 20 pounds for guys to a 10-foot target, 14 pounds for ladies to a 9-foot target, followed by 50 toes bar where one person will be working on the toes bar, one athlete will be hanging next to him and the other one will be resting, and then we have a 120-foot worm lunge to the finish with 4 30-foot trips that these athletes need to make. For our gentlemen, our fastest time we've seen so by set by the United States Coast Guard is 7 minutes and 52 seconds. And for our ladies, 9 minutes and 6 seconds set by the Latin Power Gang. We have heat number 3 onto the dance floor here at the TYR Arena taking on their first workout of the final day here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Down in lane 9, Thrust and Trust, Logan, your girlfriend is here. She's happy. She's cheering you on. Let's go. She said you have to do all 50 toes to bar unbroken. We'll start to see these wall balls being finished around that
49 reps to the Above and Beyond girls standing in lane number 16. 53 reps to the Training Day girls. $56 for the Valkyries.
60 reps down here for CSC. Coming up on 70 here in lane 9 for Thrust and Trust.
63 reps for Las Chicas and lane number 18.
Hearing all over 60 to 65 reps so far.
We're inching up near that 80 and 90 rep range, guys. We're just over that 2.5 minute mark.
Here in lane 3, Eurofed at Deville, over 80 reps complete. Coming up on 90 reps down here in lane 2 for CFCG White. And coming up on 90 reps in lane 1 as well for Big Motion Mafia. 1, 2, and 3 your leaders so far with these wall balls for 150 reps.
Almost to that 100 mark there for Above and Beyond girls.
Still haven't seen this wall ball dropped yet down to
And
7-4 for a gentleman.
Few of these teams over that 100 rep mark now out of their 150 ping pong wall balls down here for the ladies.
I'm sorry. 50 toes to bar after they complete these final wall balls here. I see one gentleman in lane 10 getting ready to jump on that bar. No hands in the air yet. Well over 100 reps, closing in that 120 plus. And I got a hand up in lane 3 for Euro Fed Deville. Final 4 reps down here.
Lane number 12, the Snatch Sisters on their last 2, but up on the pull-up bar, guys, starting their toes to bar in lanes number 15, lanes number 16, Trading Day girls and Above and Beyond girls.
Euro Fed Deville will be our first gentleman's team on the bar, coming in lane 3. Down here in lane 9, Thrust and Trust will be second, and in lane 2, CFCGY will be your third team onto the 50 toes to bar here. Now we got about 4 other teams that are joining him all around the same time. But Euro Fed Deville in lane 3 will be your first team to get over 10 reps, with Thrust and Trust second.
Moving quickly on those toes to bar, Hierarchy Turtle Power. Down in lane number 18, Las Chicas, lane 17. Tocabacasite in lane 17. Moving quickly on her toes to bar, lane number 16, the Above and Beyond girls. And Training Day girls switching out their athletes.
50 reps to be completed here. Last 5 reps remaining in lane 3 for Euro Fed Deville, and they'll move on to that worm for 120 feet. 7 minutes and 52 seconds is the time to be for these gentlemen. Down here in lane 10, now moving on to the worm, crosses CSC. And CFC is off to the races here. Thrust and Trust on the way down as well.
Lane number 16, though, ladies are on their worm right now. The Above and Beyond girls will pick it up. Valkyrie suiting up, but in lane number 13, CrossFit 3, 2, 1 is on the way. But currently your female leaders in lane number 16, Above and Beyond girls. Ladies, your time to beat is 9 minutes and 6 seconds. Time on the clock, 6:40.
CFCG White trying to catch up in lane 2 to Euro Fed Deville, making quick transitions here as they are both 60 feet down, but Euro Fed Deville will grab the worm first and will be on the way back for that 90-foot rep mark.
Above and Beyond girls working synchronized on their way back down. They're going to go one more lap after this one to finish things up. And just down the lane for them, lane number 13 and 14, CrossFit 3, 2, 1, and the Valkyries on their way back. And in lane number 15, the Training Day girls.
Euro Fed Deville on the way back. Few more steps here. Oh, and they get a no rep and they got to go back. CFCG White trying to catch up. Can they catch him? CFCG White, one step ahead. Euro Fed Deville needs to get one more across. And CFCG White, lane 2 with the comeback, 7:38 unofficially. Euro Fed Deville about 2 seconds behind. Down in lane 10, CSC on the way back, final leg, as well as in lane 6, CrossFit Badass.
Just before that 8-minute mark, guys, in lane number 16, we've got the Above and Beyond girls on their final loop back. But down in lane number 13, CrossFit 3, 2, 1 And down in lane number 11, Chimney Rock triple nipples.
Thrust and Trust will get across.
In lane number 13, guys, we've got cross at 3, 2, 1 turning it around. But lane number 16 right now, it looks like Above and Beyond girls will take this one. But side by side with them, you've got lane number 15, the Training Day girls. And lane number 14, the Valkyries. Who is going to cross it? But they will do it. Lanes number 15, 16, then 14. Training Day girls, Above and Beyond, and the Valkyries. Your top 3 finishers here.
CrossFit Badass on the way back in lane 6. Last couple steps here. We got 2 more gentlemen's teams going as everyone is crossed under that 9-minute mark. 3 minutes to go.
Las Chicas making their way there. And finishing in lane number 18, Las Chicas with that 4th place finish. Down in lane number 20, the Hierarchy Turtle Power. And Hierarchy Turtle Power will take that one home.
Final 30 feet here for our team in lane 7, Team Nostra.
And running to that finish line, guys, lane number 12, the Snatch Sisters. And in lane number 17, Tokabakasite on their final step, and they will cross it.
Team
2
Nostra will
minutes
get
to
in
the
to wrap
cap.
up our men's side of the floor.
Lane number 13, CrossFit, 3, 2, 1.
Down here in lane 11, few more steps remaining. Coming up in the final 90 seconds here, lane 11, last couple lunges. And they will get across 10:41 unofficially. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for all of our open teams in Heat 4. All of our open teams in Heat 4. For the gentlemen, CFCG White will take it at 7 minutes and 38 seconds unofficially.
And 8:36 for the ladies. Bringing in our next set of teams, guys, onto the floor. We've got our heat number 5 open teams. We did? Okay. Yeah. I was like, the fan.
You sound great. He was like, your mic's quiet. I was like, I know.
Yeah, I fucking know that. Okay, fun up. Two minutes. Really? No way.
1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. Welcome to the TYR Wodapalooza TYR Arena here in South Beach, Miami. Who do we got here?
All right, guys, on the floor. Down in lane number 1, we got the Ninja Turtles. Lane number 2, Team Seoul Miami. Lane number 3, Injured Reserve. Lane number 4, the Palm Beach Chippendales. Lane number 5, Cowboys do CrossFit. Lane number 6, CrossFit Black and Gold. Lane number 7, Immense Recovery Unbroken. Lane number 8, MFLH Alpha. Lane number 9, Separatus US. Lane number 10, Proc and Roll. Lane number 11, the Sloppy Joes. Lane number 12, Thirster, We Don't Know Her. Fit Girls in lane 13. In lane number 14, Swole Patrol. In lane number 15, Hold My Beer. In lane 16, Unleash These Kitties. Bush Please in lane 17. I Thought This Was Vacation in lane number 18. Natty and Gritty in lane number 19. And in lane number 20, Team Checkout.
Just passing the 40 mark for the ladies, the Sloppy Joes. Thruster, Do We Know Her just hit 50 mark as well for the wall balls. Approaching the 60 mark, my girls from TCSC in Kamloops in lane 17. Butch, please. And in lane 20, team show out. Hitting that 80 mark right now.
77 guys for lane number 7. Immense recovery unbroken.
Just hitting 90 right now in lane 14, Swole Patrol.
Nearing that 100 mark are these gentlemen down here, as we're about just over the 3-minute mark.
Just over the 100 mark in a lane 17, Butch Please.
Hungry to get onto that rig, guys, for those 50 toes to bar with that one athlete that will simply just hang with a gentle encouragement to their teammate. Guys, we're just a little over that 4-minute mark right now.
Hands are in the air in lane 12. Hands are in the air in lane 17. And right now in lane 12, your heat leaders for the ladies thruster. Do we know her?
MFLH Alpha on their toes to bar, guys. That in lane number 8. It looks like they're going to be your first team to jump up for those toes to bar.
And the team from Kamloops, British Columbia, Butch Please, now working their way through their toes to bar.
Moving with ease, these gentlemen are down here. They've got a total of 50 to execute, where they will then proceed on to that worm. Looking for a hand to pop up, though, as these gentlemen down on this end inch near the final for this. Final 2 guys for MFLH Alpha, and they're on their worm, ready to roll. But a few reps behind them is Sapa Perez, US.
And I got 2 Canadian teams in 16 and 17. One of the first few teams to the worm. And right now it all comes down to smooth is fast.
The Palm Beach Chippendales pulling ahead for a little bit of a lead. Just down from them, the Ninja Turtles. On their way back, guys. Down in lane number 4, the Palm Beach Chippendales. Halfway through.
And right now, your heat leaders on the worm, making the turn halfway mark right now from Kamloops, British Columbia. Butch Please in lane 17.
Rock and roll flying right now, but at their halfway point, or 3/4 way point, I should say, in lane number 4, the Palm Beach Chippendales. And in lane number 7, Immense Recovery Unbroken. But lane number 4, the Palm Beach Chippendales, finalizing, and they will take it, guys. Unofficial 7:29, the Palm Beach Chippendales. And crossing that finish line in lane number 3, lane number 2, Seoul Miami and Injured Reserve. And Sabaperas US will also finish.
Lane 17, your heat winners for the ladies. From Kamloops, British Columbia, my girls, the Butch Please team.
And
Right beside Butch
crossing,
Please in
immense
16.
recovery unbroken. Rock and roll, final few steps here. As we're just over that 8:15 mark here.
Lane 12. On their last setback, right beside them in lane 11, Sloppy Joe's trying to catch up with a few lunges right beside them.
Three minutes yet remain.
Sloppy Joe's coming across the line now, as well as lane 18 under the time cap. I thought this was a vacation.
Halfway through, I'm like, why? Because she ran. Because they got a phone call. Let her go. I told them to turn up at first light. They want me to make a few calls? I'll make a few calls too.
Listen, we need more goals.
Like, I know Rick Ross. I know.
So the one time he was here, I thought he was fucking so yeah. Number one, when I walked right by him, I was looking at like this dude fucking heavy like a cat. I'm like, and he grabbed my fucking like up here, but his whole hand was like around my chest and like that. And like he was like, "Where you going?" I was like, he's like, "All right, go ahead." I know for a fact all those motherfuckers had guns on them. And I was like walking across the they just put a chair on the floor. And he just sat there and watched those people rip in. It was at Bayside. It was fucking rad. And he did a little improv concert after that.
I met him once in Vegas. Him and a buddy in the Cow Lounge. And me and buddy were like having a conversation. And Jason sitting there, and we both look at this guy's watch. I'm like,
Garrett Fisher.
CrossFit. That's still the most epic shirt. Oh, it's my pants. Let's go, Scott. I'll do team. I'll do time. Cool. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if my girls are out here. Is this the Masters? Oh, it is the Masters. So they're not out here. So whatever. You guys can do I said no. Were you do women this time? I was over here. Okay.
Best.
2 minutes, athletes. 2 minutes. One minute. Thirty seconds.
Let's hear you, Miami. Make some noise.
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to the TYR Wodapalooza Miami. This is the TYR Arena stage, and we have in lane 1 through 10, we got Union Strong, Roast Beef 3-Way, Boxem Umea, Poro Gorfio, CrossFit Norwalk, 3 Ambrose, Muscle Mountain, Jersey Classics, Power Cleaners in 9, and the 3 Low to Goes in 10. Lanes 10, 11, Spring Chicks, Les Cougars du Savage in lane 12, Champagne Problems in 13, Alta Progresso in lane 14. In 15, we got Masters Chitter Chatter, and we got Old Souls in 16. 17, we got the Italians Do It Better, and in lane 18, Limitless, Many Mighty Moms in 19.
All right, we have our Masters teams coming out to take on the trio triplet here with 150 ping pong wall balls with a 30-pound ball for gentlemen 10 to 10 feet, followed by 20 pounds for the ladies to 9 feet. Then they will do 50 synchro toes to bar with 2 people working. to complete those 50 reps, followed by a 120-foot worm lunge. We're now up in that weight on the ball and now making it a synchro toe to bar with 2 athletes working and 1 resting with a 12-minute time cap here. Our only Masters RX heat here, so whoever wins this gets to stack on 100 points to their total as they have 1 more event after.
And Jason Grubb's team in lane 7. Muscle Mountain, they just passed the 60 rep mark. Just passing and coming up to 75 reps. 3 Amni Bros in lane 6.
Just over 60 reps down here in lane 17 for Italians Do It Better. Over 80 reps here in lane 15 for the Masters
And
Chitter Chatter, your current leaders
three-way.
in this division.
Roast beef 3-way, just passing the 80 rep mark.
Coming up on 100 reps down here in lane 11 for the Spring Chicks. Coming up on 120 for our ladies in lane 15, Masters Chitter Chatter, your current leaders in this heat and overall.
Cam, did you know you got some CrossFit royalty in that team? And lane 15, Chitter Chatter, you got Jen Diener in there. She's CrossFit Games athlete.
I did not know that. Makes sense as they're in first place right now.
As well over here, we got some CrossFit royalty going on. We got Scott Penchek and Jason Grubb going head-to-head in the center lanes in lanes 6 and 7 with their 2 teams.
Hand is up in lane 14. Alto Preseo done with the wall balls now with 2 more reps remaining for Masters Chitter Chatter here in lane 15. And last 2 reps down here in lane 11 for Spring Chicks. Alto Preseo will be the first team onto the bar for our toes to bar here.
And right now, we got 4 teams right now on their toes to bar. CrossFit Norwalk, 3 Ami Bros, and Muscle Mountain, as well as Power Cleaners. And Jersey's Classics just joined everybody on the bar, as well as lanes 1 and 2.
Just over 5.5 minutes in now. 5 teams on their Synchro Toes to bar here. Alto Preseo, first team there. Masters Chitter Chatter second. And down in lane 11, the Spring Chicks third. Chip it through this 50 reps, 2 athletes working at a time.
And ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on when it comes down to the worm. Keep your eyes on lane 6. No stranger to the worm will be Scott Penchek and his team.
All over that 30 rep mark for our top 3 teams in this heat currently. Alto Preseo, Master Chitter Chatter and the Spring Chicks, lanes 14, 15, and lane 11.
And right now, a nice little battle, like I said, lane 6 and 7. We got Jason Grubb's team, Muscle Mountain going against, trying to catch up to the 3 Emmy Bros.
Alta Perseo now on the worm. First ladies to make it to the worm here for the 120-foot lunge. Lane 14. And they'll begin that first 30-foot leg here. First of 4 trips. As they can get that front foot across the line before they can drop and turn around. Master's Chitter Chatter, last 4 reps remaining on the Tosa bar. "30 feet down, and they're getting the worm back up on the shoulder here for our ladies. Master's Chitter Chatter gets the worm up on their shoulder to begin their first 30-foot leg.
And right now in lane 6, making their final turn for their last 30 feet. 3 Emmy Bros in lane 6, and right behind them in 7, Muscle Mountain.
60 feet down for Alta Perseo in lane 14 as we're coming up on the 8-minute mark.
And 3 Emmy Bros crossing the line in lane 6.
"90 feet complete for Alta Perseo. 30 more feet to an event win.
And just edging out CrossFit Norwalk, just beating out Muscle Mountain in lane 7.
And they are on their way back. 30 feet to victory here. Lane 14, Alta Perseo. Coming from Brazil. Few more steps here. They all got to get across that yellow line. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your team in lane 14. Alta Perseo taking the bet win. 8 minutes and 58 seconds unofficially. They got to run across the line. Give it up for Alta Perseo, everybody. Masters Chitter Chatter, 90 feet down.
And a quick little battle between lanes 2 and 3, crossing the line.
Champagne Problems on the way back here to finish off this leg. Masters Chitter Chatter have 30 more feet. Old Souls have 30 more feet to go.
We're approaching the 2-minute mark.
And Masters Chitter Chatter will get across. Good for a second place finish just under the 10-minute mark.
2 minutes.
"60 feet down in lane 19 for Meanie Mighty Moms as we are coming up on the final 90 seconds. Spring Chicks now beginning their second leg on this walking lunge as we are a minute and 15 away. Down here in lane 18. Limitless on the way back here for another leg on this lunge. Coming up on the final 60 seconds. 1 more minute. Lane 13. Champagne Problems on the way back to take 3rd place in this heat.
And the Jersey's Classics crossing the line right now under the time cap in lane 8.
Champagne Problems, good for a third place finish here in lane 13 at 11:19 unofficially. "30 seconds to go, ladies. Final 15. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Masters RX teams. 3 Amy Bros taking it for the gentlemen, and Alta Perseo taking it for the ladies. Coming up next, we have our intermediate women taking on their first event of the day here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got our first heat of intermediate, both men and women on the floor to take on their first workout of the final day here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Lane 1 for our intermediate men, we have Los
2
Terreros.
minutes.
Lane 2, Salt, Pepper, and Lime. Lane 3, Students of the Game. Lane 4, Make It Happen. Lane 5, 3 Savages. Lane 6, D-Generation X. Lane 7, MILF, Man I Love Fitness. Lane 8, Maxability the Empire. And Lane 9, Team Lucifer. For our ladies down the far end of the floor in Lane 11, we have the Effectus Athletics Trio. In Lane 12, CFDE Solid Program.
90
Lane 13,
seconds.
Tropical Storm Baddies. Lane 14, LPFS Got Soul. Lane 15, The Recovery Corner. Lane 16, Fat Bottom Girls. Lane 17, RX Gymnastics. Lane 18, 1401 Athletics. And in Lane 19, Grit and Grace.
1 minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Make sure we're on our green starting mats, athletes. Green starting mats.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Cam, we are off, and you said it. Our intermediate team's on the floor now. They're going to take on this trio triplet. They're ping pong wall balls to begin with, followed by toes to bar.
That's right. Our athletes here with a 25-pound ball for gentlemen and a 16-pound ball for the ladies. Ping pong back and forth for 150 reps between all three athletes. Followed by 50 synchro toes to bar with 2 athletes working and 1 resting. And then they will do that 120-foot worm lunge, 4 30-foot segments to the finish line.
Lots of solid communication, and a couple no reps can change a standing in an instant. So these teams are going to be very conscientious of that depth and assuring that they're hitting that target perfectly.
Haven't seen any dropped medicine balls yet. All hanging on, tagging in, and swapping in for those reps. 150 total between all three athletes.
Just 90 seconds down.
Here in over 50 reps so far completed. Well into that 60 range for some teams as well. Around that 4.5 minute mark is when we're going to start to see some of these teams finishing up their medicine ball, their ping pong wall balls, then moving on to those synchro toes to bar. Well over that 60 rep range for our teams down this end of the floor.
80 reps down for the recovery corner down here. Lane number 15.
85 reps down for our gentlemen here in the lane 9, Team Lucifer.
91 for LPFS Got Soul.
Here in lane 6 into the 90s, D-Generation X. Coming up on 100 reps here, students of the game in lane 3. Students of the game in lane 3, crossing 100 reps, 3.5 minutes in.
109 for Tropical Storm Baddies out of lane number 13. A lot of these teams nearing that 120-ish mark for the ladies down here.
Hundred reps for D-Generation X in lane 6.
We're just over that 4-minute mark here on this one, guys.
Seeing some teams down here in the 120 rep range for our gentlemen. Coming up on 4.5 minutes in, down in the 120 rep range. Students of the game with over 130 reps with celebrity judge Brent Fikowski.
Inching up here, though. Lanes number 18, guys. 14:01 Athletics with just 2 reps to go. And 1 rep to go out of lane 15 for the recovery corner. But on their toes to bar, guys. Lane number 14, LPFS Got Soul. Lane 17 and 18
Hand is
Arch
up in lane 3 with 2 reps
14:01.
remaining. Students of the game, followed by in lane 7, Man I Love Fitness, as well as in lane 8, Max Ability the Empire. Oh, and here we go. You love to see it. All athletes done with the wall balls at the same time. And they're all on those toes to bar here. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, and 10, as well as lane 7.
They're going to tackle those synchro toes to bar, where they will proceed on to that 120-foot worm lunge.
50 synchronized reps here before they move on to the worm for 120 feet. As we are 6 minutes into a 12-minute cap here, our first heat of intermediate teams to set the stage and set the time to beat for the remaining heats coming up.
Hand is up, though, guys. Lane number 15, the recovery corner.
Lane 2, salt, pepper, and lime get to the worm. Same time as in lane 9. Team Lucifer. And Team Lucifer will begin those walking lunges first down here for our gentlemen. Salt, pepper, and lime will be a step behind. First of 4 legs for 30 feet.
For our ladies, though, we've got the recovery corner, and lane number 15 is getting a good solid start on their lunges. With just one more toast to bar to go for the RX Gymnastics crew.
Make it happen on the worm for the third team to the worm for their first leg here, bringing it back. And now down here in lane 2, salt, pepper, and lime will drop the worm and get it back on their shoulders first to begin that second of 4 legs for 30 feet.
RX Gymnastics getting a start on their worm, but currently right now your female leaders out of lane number 15, guys, the recovery corner. And the next team up to the plate here in lane number 13, the Tropical Storm Baddies.
2 legs down to 4 for lane 2, salt, pepper, and lime. 60 feet complete, 60 to go. Down here in lane 9, just behind them, Team Lucifer. But now salt, pepper, and lime are on their way back on that third of 4 legs here to get to 90 feet.
Team CFDE Solid is also on their way down the line, but coming back for their second half here to finish this out. Lane number 15, the recovery corner. On their way back is the RX Gymnastics.
On the way back down to set the time to be for our gentlemen. Lane 2, salt, pepper, and lime. Few more steps here to finish off that lunge. Couple more steps here for our gentlemen in lane 2. 2 more athletes to get over. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for salt, pepper, and lime in lane 2. 8 minutes and 41 seconds unofficially.
Tropical Storm Baddies will pick that back up, but on their way back for their final quarter is going to be lane number 15, the recovery corner. As they make their way right back down.
Down in lane 9, Team Lucifer will get across second.
Finishing out the guys, lane number 15, the recovery corner will take their final lunge, and they will take that one, guys. Unofficial 9:20 for the recovery corner.
Max Ability, the Empire, will take third for the gentleman here, just over that 9:20 mark.
And lane number 17 will run it on home on the RX Gymnastics ladies. On their way
more
back,
gentlemen's
guys,
teams on the floor
lane number
here.
12 and 13, CFDE and the Tropical Storm Baddies, but finishing strong out of lane 11, Effectus Athletics Trio.
third of 4 legs here in lane 1 as well as in lane 7. Los Camareros.
CFDE and the Tropical Storm Baddies crossed that finish line at an almost identical time slot for that one. But again, your first one to finish was lane number 15, the Recovery Corner, with a time of about 9:20.
Los Camareros on the way back for the final leg. Man, I Love Fitness gets the warm up first, and they have 30 more feet to go for a finishing time here as we have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
Guys, we're at that 11-minute mark right now. We have just 1 minute remaining.
Man, I Love Fitness will get across. Final lunge. 11:13 mark.
And Grit and Grace out of lane 19 takes that one home. Crossing just over there, 14:01 Athletics.
Final 30 seconds, ladies.
Last few steps here for the Fat Bottom girls. And dropping that worm, guys. Lane number 16, Fat Bottom girls. Miami, get behind these ladies. They're going to pick this worm up. They've got 10 seconds to go. In 3, 2, 1, time.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our first heat of intermediate teams. Salt, Pepper, and Lime will take it for the gentlemen. And for our ladies, the Recovery girls will take heat 1.
Official 9:21 for the ladies of the Recovery Corner taking that one. So that's 9:21 for the ladies. Two minutes, athletes. 2 minutes. One minute, athletes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. We are off. Ryan, what do you got for me?
Here at the TYR Arena stage, we have in lane 1, La Victory Boys. Lane 2, we got Snatch Me Outside. Lane 3, Tax Cheaters. Lane 4, CrossFit Skyfall Black. Wodapalooza in lane 5, BMI in lane 6, Les Petites Fourmis in lane 7, Unmatched Cowboys in 8, 9 is CrossFit Rive Sud, lane 10, Short Kings. And for the ladies, Built by Baranada, lane 12, Raise the Bar, Max Ability Mafia, lane 13, Squamish Barbell from British Columbia in 14. 15, Full Send Fugitives, Who Let the Girls Out in 16. Les Petites Bums in 17. Sugar Pump in 18, 19. Team Invictus Seattle and Almost Masters in 20. Just hitting the 60 mark in lane 6, BMI barely made it. Approaching the 75 mark, lane 10, Short Kings.
82 down in lane number 17 for La Petite Bums. Just over that 90 mark, guys, for Who Let the Girls Out. $100 on Full Send Fugitives out of lane number 15. Over that 100
Lane
mark for a lot of
3
these
just
teams,
hitting the
guys.
90-minute mark. Tax Cheaters just coming across 100 reps.
Just over that 4.5 minute mark here, guys. Hand is up, though, for a few of these teams as they're going to advance on to those synchronized toes to bar. And here they are, lane number 15, guys. Full send fugitives moving with beautiful synchronization. And just down from them, lane number 18, Sugar Pump.
I got
And
hands in
jumping
the
up
air.
to join the party, lane number 16, Who Let the Girls Out in lane 17, Le Petit Bums.
Lane 9, CrossFit V Sud from Canada, obviously Quebec. First team to their toes to bar, right beside them, the Short Kings, as well as lanes 2. Snatch me if you snatch me outside. Men's time to beat is 8:41. Ladies' time to beat 9:21.
First one on, though, guys, was the full send fugitives. Let's see who's going to jump off of this rig first and foremost and right onto that worm. Just over that 6-minute mark here, athletes.
And your first team to the worm on the men's side, lane 9. The team from Canada. As well as in lane 5, Wad the Fuck.
But pulling ahead here, guys, lane number 14, Squamish Barbell out of Canada. They're going to pick that worm up. And just behind them to follow, lane number 19, Team Invictus Seattle. And just behind them in lane number 12, Raise the Bar. But taking their first step, guys, lane number 14, Squamish Barbell.
And right now, keep your eyes on lane 9 for the men. Halfway done their locking lunges, making the turn. The team from Quebec.
Team Invictus Seattle, a quarter of the way done. They will turn it around. And just down the lane from them, guys, in lane number 12, Raise the Bar. Right now, it's looking like lane number 19 and lane number 12, your top two right now. At that halfway point, with just 60 feet remain. Right now, these ladies are side by side down in lane number 12. Lane number 19, almost step for step, fighting to see who is going to get that final, and remaining 30 feet to finish this one out as we're approaching that 8.5-minute mark, almost to 9 minutes. But on their way back right now, you got Sugar Pump, you've got Raise the Bar, looking to take this one all the way home. And they will do it, guys. Lane number 12, Raise the Bar at just over 9 minutes. Team Raise the Bar takes that one home again, just over about 9 minutes on that clock. And then running through that finish line, side by side, guys, lane number 19, Team Invictus Seattle. And right past them, Squamish Barbell joining us from Canada. And running on home, lane number 16, Who Let the Girls Out? Last few steps, lane number 15, Full Send Fugitives, but running on home, lane 11, Built by Baranta. Just over that 10-minute mark, 2 minutes on the clock, athletes. Lane number 15, Full Send Fugitives, and just racing next to them, Max Ability Mafia. And running on home, Les Petites Bums. Team Sugar Pump making their way back here. And they will run that one home. Sugar Pump. Less than 1 minute on the clock, guys. The ladies of Almost Matters on this one. Final few steps here, guys. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And they will run that home at 11:24 unofficial. Give it up, Miami, for your intermediate teams.
Judges to the center of the floor. Judges to the center of the floor, please. Judges to the center of the floor.
Were we allowed to get loud now?
Check, check, check. I think so, Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next heat of intermediate teams coming on out to the TYR Arena for the trio triplet. In lane 1, we have the La Victory Boys. Lane 2, Snatch Me Outside. Lane 3, the Tax Cheaters. Lane 4, CrossFit Skyfall Black. Lane 5, What a Fact. Lane 6, BMI, Barely Made It. Lane 7, Le Petit For Me. Lane 8, Unmatched Cowboys. Lane 9, CrossFit Rivesud. Lane 10, Short Kings. In lane 11, Built by Baranta. In lane 12, Raise the Bar. Lane 13, Maxability Mafia. Lane 14, Squamish Barbell. Lane 15, Full Send Fugitives. Lane 16, Who Let the Girls Out. Lane 17, Les Petite Bums. In 18, Sugar Pump. Lane 19, Team Invictus Seattle. And in lane 20, Almost Masters. 20 teams on the floor to take on the trio triplet.
I said Les Petits for me, Franklin, and they're unmatched. I went, who unmatched Cowboys? This is not your heat. That's the wrong page. That was last page. Yeah, because I just called all that. She didn't take my picture off.
Guys read all the wrong teams. That totally makes sense.
It's all good.
I'm just gonna roll.
If I hand you my clipboard, it's always going to have the right page on it. Damn it, Brett.
30 seconds.
Let's go!
10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. What do we got, Ryan?
Welcome to the TYR Arena on Sunday Fun Day, aka Moving Day. We are at TYR Wodapalooza Miami in South Beach. Lane 1, we got tarps off. Lane 2, hot as the sand, big as the ocean. Lane 3, born in an igloo. They must be from my hometown in Canada. Lane 4, we got Bow Athletics. Lane 5, Magna Cum Laude. Lane 6, CrossFit Southie, my boys from Boston, as well as in lane 7, CrossFit Gangnam. Lane 8, the intermediates. Lane 9, 2.5 men, and in lane 10 for the men, Elite Send. On the ladies' side, lane 11, Built Different. Lane 12, Mexican Badass. Lane 13, CrossFit East Nashville. Lane 14, Hyped Up. Lane 15, Catalyst Chicks. Lane 16, Team Bam Trinity. Lane 17, Tonic CrossFit Power Girls. Lane 18, The Lab Rats. Lane 19, Subu Bomb Squad. And in lane 20, Team CrossFit.
All right, we are taking on the trio triplet here at the TYR Arena. 150 ping pong wall balls. Ladies will use a 16-pound ball to a 9-foot target. Gentlemen will use a 25-pound ball to a 10-foot target. And then they will do 50 synchro toes to bar with 2 people working, 1 resting, and finish off with a 120-foot worm lunge. Our times to beat for our ladies is 9 minutes and 8 seconds, and for our gentlemen is 8 minutes and 8 seconds.
Hold on, I'm just staring at it. Hold on. Yeah. Watch it. Watch.
150 reps between all 3 athletes, passing that ball off that backboard to each other to the 9-foot target for ladies, 10-foot for gentlemen. Around this 4.5-minute mark is when we're going to start to see these 150 wall balls be finished before they move on to their 50 synchro toes to bar. Over 90 reps down the center of the floor in lanes 20 and 19.
And lane 1, tarps off, just hit the 90 rep mark.
Lane 17, Tonic CrossFit Power Girls reaching 100 reps.
100 reps for Born in an Igloo in lane 3. The time to beat for the men right now is 8:08. CrossFit Southie in lane 6, approaching the 110 rep mark.
Over 110 reps for Mexican Badass in lane 12. All of our ladies well into that 120 rep range so far. We'll start to see those hands up shortly. Mexican Badass as well as in lane 17. Taunting across the Power Girls are your current leaders. But down here in lane 19, I see the 3 reps remaining. Subu Bomb Squad.
CrossFit
Oh.
Southie just over the 130 rep mark, right in the middle lane.
CrossFit East Nashville onto the Tosa Bar right behind my back here. 50 synchro Tosa Bar, and down in lane 19, taunting across the Power Girls. Moving on to those Tosa Bar, and here we go. All of our ladies now making our way to those 50 reps. Catalyst Chicks in 15. Down in lane 20, Team CrossFit as well as the Subu Bomb Squad in 19.
And my Canadian brethren in lane 3, Born It in Glue. They're back on the Tosta Bar as well as right beside them in lane 2. Hot as the sand, big as the ocean.
So as they start to go, me and Brent just sit next to each other here, just so we can make sure. But I can hear you a lot better now. I'll just keep looking at you.
Same, I was like looking for your mic to go.
50 reps between all 3 athletes, 2 ladies at a time here. Both feet have to touch the bar at the same time for a rep to count as we are 5.5 minutes in. CrossFit East Nashville is your first ladies team on there, followed by in lane 17, the taunted CrossFit Power Girls. Six minutes in, 12-minute time cap here. 8:08 is the time to beat for the guys, 9:08 for the ladies. Hand is up for CrossFit East Nashville in lane 13, final 5 reps. 1 more to go in lane 13. And here come the ladies from East Nashville. Hands on the worm, beginning their first of 4 legs for 30 feet.
Right now in lane 2 for the men, your heat leaders. Hot as the sand, big as the ocean. They are trying to beat 8:08 for the time to beat right now.
Lane 20, Team CrossFit now on the worm lunge, about 2 steps behind our ladies in lane 13, CrossFit East Nashville. East Nashville will get there first and not far behind. Team CrossFit, now the Catalyst Chicks at 15 are on the worm, 3rd team to get there. And here in lane 12, Mexican Badass will be your 4th team on the worm for the ladies. 7 minutes in, 9:08, 8:08. Ladies times, men's times to beat. And a no rep for East Nashville puts Team CrossFit in the lead here. They'll have 60 feet out of 120 complete.
And CrossFit Gangnam on their 2nd round on the way back with the worm. And right now in lane 5, your heat winners, Mega Cum Laude, beating the time just around 7:55.
Down this end, in lane 20, Team CrossFit, final 30 feet to set the new time to beat under that 9-minute mark. They're going to have plenty of time. Few more steps for these ladies here as we are 8 minutes and 15 seconds in. 1 more step. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team CrossFit. 8 minutes and 23 seconds unofficially in lane 20, the new time to beat. East Nashville has 30 feet remaining for a 2nd place finish in this heat.
Lane 3 coming across right now. Born in an igloo, my Canadian brethren.
Catalyst Chicks now in the lead for that second place by 1 step. Two more steps for Catalyst Chicks, 3 more for East Nashville. Catalyst Chicks will get in second just under the 9-minute mark, in East Nashville with 1 more lunge remaining. And East Nashville will get across 9:05 unofficially.
CrossFit Southie right now in lane 6, battling it out lane to lane, lunge for lunge in lane 10 with Elite Send. And CrossFit Southie just ahead of Elite Send.
Down in lane 12, Mexican Badass, 9.5 minutes in. They will get across third in the heat. Excuse me, fourth. Two more minutes remaining down in lane 11. Bill Dipper will get across. Few more steps here in lanes 15 and 18. Lane 16, Team Band Trinity and the Lab Rats. Under 90 seconds to go. Lab Rats get across in lane 18. 60 more feet here for Bam Trinity. One minute. I'll let Brittany know. 45 seconds. 2 more ladies teams on the floor. Miami, I need you to make some noise for our final 2 teams. Subu Bomb Squad. And down here in lane 16, Team Bam Trinity. Final 30 seconds. Here we go, ladies.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Give it up for our intermediate teams, everybody. 5 of 6 workouts on the weekend complete. We have 1 more heat, your top 10 for each division coming out next. 8:23 is going to be the time to beat for our ladies, set by Team CrossFit. And Magna Cum Laude set the time to beat for our gentlemen at 7 minutes and 55 seconds. All right, we got our final heat of intermediate teams, your top 10 for both your men and ladies on the floor. In lane 1, Real G's Lasagna. Lane 2, CrossFit Identity Stab. Lane 3, Krypton Bandits. Lane 4, currently in 3rd place, the Moist Boys 2, Wet Reckoning. Lane 5, your overall leaders team, Stamina. Lane 6 in 2nd place, Apache Pack. Lane 7, Team Phoenix. Lane 8, Mediocre Movement. Lane 9, 2 DBs, 1 Farmer. And in lane 10, Team Training Day Boys. For our ladies in lane 11, we have Sam's Angels. Lane 12, Southern Tilt. Lane 13, Feed Not Speed. Lane 14 in 3rd place, Swole Patrol. Lane 15, Team Malta currently in the lead. Lane 16, Miami Heat in 2nd place. Small and Tall in 17, Latonomics in 18, Strong Chicas in 19, and here for the threesome in lane 20.
$30. 10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Cam, we are off to Rumble. These teams have got 150 on those ping pong wall balls. From there, some synchronized toes to bar and 120 feet of that worm lunge.
That is right. We got our top 10 teams for our men and women intermediate division here for their first event of the day. Our time to beat for our gentlemen is 7 minutes and 55 seconds, set by Magna Cum Laude in our previous heat. And for our ladies, 8 minutes and 23 seconds, set by Team CrossFit in our previous heat. $150 wall balls, 16 pounds for the ladies to a 9-foot target, 25 pounds for the gentlemen to a 10-foot target here. Passing back and forth. A lot of these teams finishing up around that 4 to 4.5 minute mark and not putting that ball down at all.
As we almost approach that 2-minute mark, we're going to see who is going to tie this one in first to get up onto that rig. $59 for the Apache Pack.
All right, let's see where our ladies are at. Hearing some over 60s down this end of the floor in lanes 18 through 20. 70 reps here in lane 17 for Small and Tall.
73 for Mediocre Movement.
$80 reps in lane 15 for your current leaders, Team Malta. Closing out on 90 reps for Southern Tilt in lane 12. Around that 4 to 4.5 minute mark is when we're going to start to see these wall balls being finished and these toes to bar begin.
Team Stamina with just 100 down. breaking over that 100 marker number, guys.
Small and
lanes
tall
down
over
here.
100. Small and tall over 100 reps. Coming up on 120 for your overall leaders for the ladies, Team Malta in lane 15. Coming up on 120 for Southern Tilt in lane 12. Four minutes in, all of these ladies teams down here, very tight between each team. How many wall balls they have done, it's going to come down to those toes to bar. On that communication, making sure that they're locking in, both feet touch at the same time.
That synchronization and not fatiguing themselves too early, but trying to see how minimal sets they can take, or perhaps a series of very small sets. But anytime that athlete transition is taken, that's where that time is lost.
Hand is up in lane 18. Latonomics. Hand is up down in lane 20 for here for the threesome.
And hand is up down here for Team Stamina. They're on the toes to bar, lickety split, and just next down to them, guys, 2 dumbbells, 1 farmer. Both of these teams racing a few lanes down, fighting to get to that worm. Who is it going to be, guys?
Team
All
Malta.
these teams.
Overall leader on there. They were second to our team in lane 20. Here for the threesome as well as in lane 18, Latonomics. Southern Tilt now on the rig. Down here in lane 11, Sam's Angels, as well as in lane 13, Feed Not Speed. And here we go. Who can get these 50 reps done first and get on that worm for that lunge?
These guys are fighting neck and neck down on this end, but a couple of them came really, really close, but moving forward, it looks like. Might be down to Team Stamina. But again, looking for that hand to come up as they've got maybe about another 10, 12 reps to go.
7:55 is the time to beat for your boys down there, Brittany, and for the ladies down here, 8:23 is the time to beat for an event win. Coming up on 6 minutes in.
Apache Pack taking a quick transition, and these guys are almost there. Again, waiting for that hand to toss up in the air. This crowd is getting wild, guys. In lane number 5, though, Team Stamina is on to their worm out of lane number 5. They are ready to go. They're taking those first couple steps. Check them out, guys. Down in lane number 5.
Down in lane 18, First Lady onto the worm, Latonomics, and they will begin their lunge. Here in lane 15, your overall leaders, Team Malta, now about 2 steps behind Latonomics in lane 18. Currently your 6th place team.
Quarter of the way done, guys. Lane number 5, Team Stamina, and just behind them, about to transition and picking that worm right back up. Lane number 10, Team Training Day Boys, and 2 dumbbells, 1 farmer, right on their heels.
1 leg of 4 down for Latonomics as they're already on their way back, and they're still a step ahead of Team Malta in lane 15. Down in lane 19, Strong Chicas beginning their first of 30 feet. Southern Tilt moves to the worm, as well as in lane 13, Feed Not Speed. And down here in lane 14, the Swole Patrol.
Team Stamina, guys, they are almost at that complete last 3/4 point in lane number 5. Fighting right now, but catching up and catching some ground is lane number 10, Team Training Day Boys. Who is it going to be? They're moving to pick that worm up, guys. It's side by side, step by step. Lane number 5, lane number 10. Who do we got here? Team Stamina. Just behind them, Team Training Day Boys. Couple steps back, but pulling ahead. Team Training Day Boys will cross the finish line. Unofficial 7:40 on the clock, guys. And just behind them, taking it home, Team Stamina. And then just below that, 2 dumbbells, 1 farmer.
Down in lane 15, taking the lead. Your overall leaders, Team Malta, after a no rep by Latonomics. 3 more steps for Team Malta. 8:23 is the time to beat. 1 more step, and Team Malta will get across for another event win. 8 minutes and 10 seconds unofficially. Latonomics just behind them. 8 minutes for a 2nd place finish. 8:17 unofficially.
Phoenix Apache back, finish strong and just back from there. The Moist Boys, Too Wet Reckoning. And in lane number 8, Mediocre Movement. And in lane number 1, Real GS Lasagna with just a few more steps to go to take this one all the way back for that 120-foot worm.
Strong Chicas will get across third in the heat, just under the 840 mark. Southern Tilt and Sam's Angels on the way back for that third of 4 legs. Down in lane 20 and now in lane 19. Strong Chicas in here for the threesome, as well as in lane 18, Latinomics.
Final few steps down in lane number 1, guys. The Real GS Lasagna. Last few steps here, as we're just over that 9-minute mark, and they will take that one home. That will
Just
wrap
over
it for our
9 minutes
gentlemen.
in. Southern Tilt, few more steps for them. Small and Tall, few more steps for them in lane 17. Lane 16. Miami Heat and Southern Tilt gets across 9:23 unofficially. Small and Tall just behind them. Sam's Angels on the way back, as well as in lane 14, the Swole Patrol. Sam's Angels will finish at the 9:40 mark unofficially. Two more minutes to go. One more team on the floor in lane 16, Miami Heat. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to make some noise for these final 30 feet. Under 2 minutes to go. They got plenty of time.
Probably Edgar, yeah.
Edgar, yeah. He just said to keep an eye on him just to know for the time. They're going to try to do it in 5.
Okay.
2 more steps remaining. And they got it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your intermediate teams. Team Malta taking it for the ladies.
And for the gentlemen, Team Training Day boys coming back there out of Venezuela with a time of 7 minutes and 41 seconds. 2 minutes. Ninety seconds. 90 seconds. One minute, athletes. 1 minute.
Let's hear you out there, Miami. South Beach RX first heat. Welcome to TYR Wodapalooza, Miami.
$30 seconds.
And we got DJ Vic on the table. He's going to be pumping some beautiful tunes for this Miami day. Sunday Fun Day, a.k.a. Moving Day.
$10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. They are off, Ryan. We've got our RX teams on the floor here, guys. In lane number 1, DVPMT Athlete. CrossFit Hype in lane number 2. 2 Blondes, 1 Flame in lane number 3. Gucci Gang in lane number 4. East Point Bend and Snatch lane 5. Where's the Beach in lane number 6. 2 Masters, 1 Newbie in lane number 7. Waterside Mafia in lane number 8. Diamond Dynamos in 9. Pro 1 Gals in lane number 10. Metcon Zone in lane 11. Unleash in 12. The Lads in lane 13. EMF Underdogs in 14. Krieger Latam in 15. Team Demantur North to South in 16. The Apes Kids in 17. Tahitian Warriors in 18. 19 is Union Strong and Muke Performance in lane number 20. So with this RX division, Ryan, what's it looking like?
Right now, a little bit heavier weight than what we've seen in the previous heats for these RX. They still have the 150 ping pong wall balls, so 2 athletes are working at one time, 1 rest. The weights are at 30 pounds and 20 pounds. 10-foot target, 9-foot target, 75 synchro toes to bar. 2 people are working at one time. The 3rd athlete is resting. Then they move over to the worm, 120-foot lunges, and that's going to be 4 lengths of their area that they got to lunge. And I'm going to give some shout outs just to my Canadians, because that's where I'm from, West Coast. 2 Masters and a newbie in lane 7. Diamond Dymos in lane 9, and Pro 1 Gals, all from Canada. As well as we got a Puerto Rico team. Puerto Rico, Benito Amiami, East Point Blend and Snatch, they're in the house. And we got a team all the way from French Polynesia. Team Unleash over in lane 12. I got to see a lot of Tahitians down in SoCal at the TYR Cup. EMF Underdogs, they're from France. And a huge, I've never seen this before, a lot of Italians here today, Britt, for this weekend.
Yes, over on the gentleman's side, too, we've got a team from Italy in lane number 11. We've got a team from Italy in lane 16 and 17. Some French Polynesia down in lane 18. Guatemala in lane 20. United Kingdom, France, all over the place, guys. Beautiful to see this. Now, as you notice, the worm is a little bit heavier for this division. We've got 312 pounds for the boys, for the men, and 222 pounds for the ladies on that worm. So again, it's a even heavier worm than that last few divisions we're tackling.
$110 reps right now for lane 2, CrossFit Hype.
$104 for the EMF underdogs down here. So we're over that 100 rep marker for a lot of these teams. Again, they're going to have 75 synchronized toes to bar after this one. So itching to see who's going to be our first team off of the ping pong wall balls over onto those toes to bar.
Approaching 130 right now in lane 8 for the ladies. Waterside Mafia. I said Waterside Mafia. DJ Vic playing the beautiful tunes. Let's get this crowd hyped up and ready for more RX and Elites later on today.
Hand is up, though, down in lane number 17, guys. The Apes kids on their final few. Lane number 13, the lads for their final 2 reps here. But jumping onto the rig, guys, lane number 19, the Union Strong. Just down from them, lane number 17, the Apes kids. And just down for them, lane number 13, we've got the lads joining us from the United Kingdom.
On the ladies' side, we had a bunch of teams right now on their toes to bar, but being led by lanes 4 and lane 2, Gucci Gang and CrossFit Hype.
We're at that 5.5 minute mark right now.
These teams are trying to create the time to beat right now.
Good communication on this one and consistency with those movements. Obviously, the even more improved shoulder mobility, the more relaxed it's going to make this movement, easier it's going to be versus a higher level of fatigue. Just over that 6 minute mark, guys. But who will be our first gentleman down here off of the rig? Hand is up, though, down in lane number 14, guys. EMF underdogs. These gents down here are ready to pick up that 312-pound worm. Again, it is heavier than that prior one that we had.
Right now in lane 3, your heat leaders first to the worm. 2 blondes, 1 flame, all the way from the United States.
And on to their worm, guys. Lane number 17, the Apes kids out of Italy in lane number 17, and they are getting this moving. On to lunge number 1, and just down the lane for them, Trying to gain a little bit more ahead of them is Union Strong, which is pulling ahead here. Lane number 15, Krieger Latam. Union Strong with some really solid communication to not miss one single step here.
CrossFit Hype right behind Two Blondes and One Flame. As well as in lane 6. Where's the beach? Your third team on the worm. But right now your heat leaders, Two Blondes, One Flame, going to make the turn at the 60 lunge mark.
Union Strong at that halfway point, taking a couple steps back. They're going to reset. Solid communication for these guys as they're on that close to 3/4 the way down on this one. Just over that 9-minute mark here, guys. Lane number 15, though, Krieger Latam. Lane number 14, EMF Underdogs. But who is going to take this one home, guys? Couple more steps. Union Strong. And taking it home, guys. Union Strong will finish that in just about 9:44, unofficial, and just to follow the Apes Kids.
And right now in lane 3 with 15 steps to go, 15 feet to go, Two Blondes, One Flame, lane 3. One more lunge away. Oh, and they get no rep. They got to come back a little bit. Lane 2 trying to catch up. CrossFit Hype.
Taking those last few steps, guys. Lane number 13, go cross it, the lads.
CrossFit Hype just edges out Two Blondes, One Flame.
The Tahitian Warriors, side by side, guys, with the EMF Underdogs. And down the lane from then, lane 11 and 12, Metcon Zone and Unleash on their final few steps. And running to the finish, guys, lane 11, Metcon Zone, and just after them, the Tahitian Warriors. Crossing lane number 16, Team Dimantour, north to south. And just behind them, guys, the EMF Underdogs. We've got less than 1 minute remaining, athletes.
Thirty seconds.
Miami, put your hands together. Let's help these athletes finish out their final 20 seconds of work.
Ten seconds.
In 3, 2, 1, time. And that will do it for us, guys. All judges to the middle, please.
got the rear naked choke in, but his teeth obviously got me. I think they'll be one of the top.
90 seconds. One minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's hear you out there, Miami. We're here at TYR Wodapalooza, and we are at the TYR Arena. Right now, in lane 1, we got CrossFit Walkie. We got lane 2, R2F girls. The Barbie daughters are in 3, Pacific Power in 4. Ika come and play in lane 5. Cavalli in 6. Pennsylvania Life Tree in 7. Les Blommers on lane 8. 3 Blondes walk up to a bar in 9. And Big Lift Energy, lane 10. My guys from Canada, True North Strong in 11. Team C in lane 12. Evolve Philly in 13. L. John Jack in Miami, they are in 14. CrossFit 401 is in lane 15. The Reverse Oreo, lane 16. Podomo Fresh, you guys are in 17 and 18. Impact Sports Performance, lane 19. Impreda Maz, lane 20. 10 Skills CrossFit X Synergy Performance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Heat 2 of your RX teams onto the floor here to take on the trio triplet at the TYR Arena. They have 150 ping pong wall balls, 30 pounds to a 10-foot target for our gentlemen and 20 pounds to a 9-foot target for our ladies, followed by 75 synchronized toes to bar, 2 athletes working at a time while a third one rests, and then a 120-foot worm walking lunge. 4 sets of 30 feet to the finish line here with a 12-minute cap. So far for our ladies, just under the 10-minute mark at 9:59 is the unofficial time to beat, as well as for our gentlemen, 9 minutes and 41 seconds. 2 minutes in so far. Around that 4.5-minute mark is where we're going to start to see these gentlemen finish up on these heavy wall balls here for 150 reps. Coming up on halfway down here in lane 20, 10 skills, CrossFit, and Synergy Performance. $80 reps for CrossFit 401 here in lane 15. $85 reps down here in lane 13, a ball Philly.
Just over 90 reps right now for in lane 2 for the R2F girls. They're approaching 100 reps.
Just over 3 minutes in.
$100 reps right now for the Barbie Darters in lane 3.
Few of our teams into that 100 rep range over here for our men. Just over 100 for
120
reverse
reps right
Oreo.
now in lane 9. 3 blondes walk up to a bar.
Like that wearing hair you get behind your ears from the sunglasses over like all day. I'd rather look like a 14.
Coming up on that 4.5 minute mark, no hands in the air yet. But we're getting close, all over 120 reps, getting past that 130 mark.
Hands in the air for 2 teams on the ladies' side in lanes 7 and 9, as well as 3 and 2. But your heat leaders right now in lane 9, 3 blondes walk up to a bar. Right behind them, the R2F girls in lane 2, as well as in lane 4, Pacific Power. Your top 3 teams in that heat.
Down here in lanes 19, first team's onto the Tosta bar. Prieta Maz, while in lane 20, 10 skills, CrossFit, and Synergy Performers joined him second. And here in lane 12, Team TSE, your third team on there in a ball Philly, as well as CrossFit 401 and reverse Oreo now on the bar. 75 synchronized reps, just over 5 minutes in. Up in the ante here for RX Division, adding an extra 25 Tosta bar here. 75 reps with 2 athletes working at a time. Coming up on 6 minutes in, halfway to that cap, that 9:41 time for our gentlemen is the time to beat here, as we are about 30 Tosta bar plus in for most of our teams. $40 reps in for lane 12. Team TSE.
We're going to keep an eye on to see whose hand gets up in the air right now. I was watching lanes 9 and 3, as well as lanes 2 and 4.
Final 15 reps in lane 19 for Prieta Maz.
Once again, these athletes, once they get to the worm, Cam, they're going to think they need to rush through this, but really smooth is fast when it comes down to the worm lunges.
Final 5 reps for Prieta Maz in lane 19. They'll be your first team done with these 75 Tosta bar and on to the worm. 120 feet. Worm is up on their shoulders already, lane 19. 120 feet. They have to get to this yellow line drop and turn around 4 times.
I've got hands in the air from the judge in lane 6.
CrossFit 401 moving on to the worm in second now, jumping into the top 3, as well as in lane 12, Team TSE. 401 gets it up first, but TSE will get a head start on this lunge here. 30 feet down now in lane 19 for Aprieta Maz.
And right now in lane 2, R2F girls. Few lunges ahead of lane 6. Cavalli, the team from Mexico.
4 minutes to go. Reverse Oreo on the worm. Down here in lane 17, pardon my French. And here in lane 20, 10 skills crossing and synergy performance. But still in the lead. Few more steps to get past that yellow line to make 60 feet down here in lane 19. Aprieta Maz. Lane 12 in second still, Team TSE.
And right now on the ladies' side, Team Cavalli in lane 6. About 4 lunges ahead of the R2F girls in lane 2. But right now your team and your heat leaders are the team from Mexico in lane 6.
Third of 4 30-foot legs here for Aprieta Maz in lane 19. 9:41 is the time to beat. They're going to have plenty of time to set a new time to beat here as they have 30 more feet to go, getting ready to put that worm back on the shoulder. Worm is up, and Aprieta Maz is off to a heat win, 1 step at a time.
30 feet remaining for lane 6, the team from Mexico, Team Cavalli.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 more steps in lane 19 for Aprieta Maz. Make some noise for a heat win. 1 more step, and Aprieta Maz will get across, setting the new time to beat, 9:33 unofficially.
And right now for the ladies in lane 6, 2 more lunges left. Team Cavalli from Mexico. Unofficial 9:50.
Reverse Oreo jumping into the lead for that second spot ahead of 401, as well as our team in lane 12, Team TSE. Reverse Oreo, few more steps, 1 more to go.
3 blondes walk up
And
to a
Reverse
bar.
Oreo get across just at the 10:10 mark. 401, and now in lane 14, Al, John, and Jack in Miami will join them in lane 13 of Ball, Philly. True North in the matching Hawaiian shirts gets across in lane 11.
Your second team to come in was in lane 9. The 3 girls walk up to a bar. And now lane 5. I come play.
Coming up on the final minutes. 60 more feet here in lane 18. Impact Sports Performance with 1 more minute to go.
Lunging their way to the last, say, 5 lunges. In lane 3, the Barbie Daughters. And right behind them in lane 4, Pacific Power. Few more lunges left.
30 more seconds to go.
And the Barbie Darters make the turn for their last 60 feet.
20 seconds.
Let's hear you, Miami. Let's cheer on these last few teams.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, put a hand together for our RX teams. Aprieta Maz will take it for our RX gentlemen. 9 minutes and 32 seconds unofficially, setting the new time to beat for our next 10 men's teams coming on. Who do we got for the women, Ryan?
We had 9:50 was the winning time for that heat. And that was set by us from the team from Mexico, Cavalli.
I'm just looking right now. I think they're in the last heat. The girls team that from my team, they won SoCal. So I wouldn't doubt if they've done really well. And they're looking right now. Oh yeah, my boys are over there. That's actually my home. All right, is that okay? Yeah. I don't know where Brittany. No, that's fine. I think she's braiding her hair. Yeah. Britt's braiding her hair. She's got a hair appointment. Ryan. Yes, sir. You do team so you can.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Lane 1, we got the retired teen queens. Lane 2, most stacked. Lane 3, Union Stronger. Lane 4, Lucky 30. Lane 5, Chris Audette's Dream Team. Lane 6, Training Think Tank. Lane 7, Blues City First Form. Lane 8, Barbella's. Lane 9, Triple Threat. Lane 10, Young Guns. And on the men's side, we got OC Fit. Lane 12, Beef. Lane 13, CFLC. Lane 14, EMF Training. Lane 15, Dude CrossFit. 16, we got Freedom Point CrossFit. Pro 1, Cabela. We have you guys in 17. Only Gains in 18. Magna Pressure Pack in 19. And my home
1 minute.
And my home gym in Kelowna, British Columbia, CrossFit Okanagan.
Just win it.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Ladies and gentlemen, heat number 3 for our RX divisions are on the TYR Arena floor, taking on the trio triplet. We have 150 ping pong wall balls, 30 pounds for the gentlemen to a 10-foot target, followed by a 20-pound ball to a 9-foot target for our ladies. Then after they complete their 150 wall balls, they now have 75 synchro toes to bar. 2 athletes working at a time, 1 resting, and once those are completed, they have a 120-foot worm lunge, 4 rounds of a 30-foot trip. For our ladies, 9 minutes and 50 seconds is the time to beat, and for our gentlemen, 9 minutes and 33 seconds is the time to beat. Let's see what our third heat of RX teams brings to the table here for day 3 at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza right on Miami Beach.
Here's what I do know. We got DJ Vic in the house with the tunes. I know the sun is getting warmer and it's coming out, but I hear a quiet crowd. I want to hear you, Miami. You guys could do better than that.
We have teams ranked 11 through 20 here. Still early in the competition on this day where they can make a strong push into that top 10 or even getting closer to that top 5 with a great event time here and one more event to go after this.
Just the boys in lane 2. Or sorry, 12. Team Beef just passing the 50 mark.
60 reps down here for Triple Threat in lane 9.
Lane 15, Dude CrossFit just passing 60. And a Team Pro 1 in lane 17, just coming up on 70 reps. Approaching the 80 mark right now in lane 19, Pleasure Pack.
80 reps down in lane 9 for Triple Threat. Just over 80 in lane 6 for Training Think Tank.
Approaching the 90 rep mark in lane 20, CrossFit Okanagan.
Coming up on 100 reps down here in lane 1 for the Retired Teen Queens. Three and a half minutes in here. Around that 4.5, 5 minute mark, we'll start to see these wall balls be dropped, and they'll move on to their 75 toes to bar. Handful of ladies down here moving on 100 reps plus.
The other Canadian team in lane 11, OC Fit. They're approaching the 115 mark.
Training Think Tank coming up on 120 down here in lane 6. All teams over that 100 rep mark, getting closer to that 120, some to that 130.
Right about now, we're just waiting for which judge's hand's going to go in the air. And right now in lane 14, EMF Training, first hand in the air. 1 rep remaining.
Down here in lane 4, onto the toaster bar. Lucky number 3, followed by Union Stronger in lane 3. In lane 7, Blue City's first form. Now onto their toaster bar, as well as in lane 9, Triple Threat. And here we go. 75 toaster bar. 2 athletes at a time, 1 resting. And then they'll move on to that worm.
Right now, almost all the teams for the men onto their 75 toes to bar. But the first team for the men was EMF Training.
Seeing well over 10 to 15 reps here in this first set for some of our stronger teams that got to the bar first, trying to get a big lead here. Excellent synchronization from our teams, both feet touching at the same time. Well over 20 reps for our first couple teams that were there. Lucky number 3, Triple Threat, and the Blue City's first form. Your top 3 teams on the bar for the 75 synchro toes to bar as we are approaching the 6-minute mark. Once we see those hands up, we know we got 5 reps remaining.
We're just over the
Down
halfway
this
mark.
way. Lane 7, Blue City's first form, over 50 reps done. $50 reps in lane 9 for triple threat completed. Last 5 reps for lucky number 3 here in lane number 4. And they'll be the first team onto the worm. 120 feet. They had an incredible heat win last night down at the sandbox, and they're bringing the energy back here as they get that worm on their shoulder ahead of any team before any other hands are up, and they are off.
And right now in lane 14, still your heat leaders onto the lunges now. Excuse my French training from France. Right next to them.
One more rep in lane 8. Barbella's now 30 feet down for lucky number 3. Second team onto the worm. Final 3 reps here in lane 7 for Blue City's first form.
One team remaining on the toes to bar, but all your other teams now onto the lunges. This is where it is smooth is fast. Good communications and transitions at the end with your teams.
Blue City's first form onto the worm, now beginning their first leg of 30 down here in lane 6. Training think tank now moving on. And a couple toes to bar left for Union Stronger, as well as in lane 5, Chris Audette's dream team. No rep for lucky number 3. And down here in lane 8, Barbella's will now jump into the lead. Oh, and a no rep for Barbella's. Barbella's now jumping back into the lead. They'll have 60 feet complete as we are 8.5 minutes in. One more lunge to get across that yellow line. Lucky number 3 about 2 steps behind. Blue City's first form now in that top 3 mix in lane 7.
And right now we're watching EMF in lane 14. Few lunges left. Lane 17 right now. And a team from France. EMF training your first team at 9:15 unofficial.
Blue City first form. 90 feet done. Final 30 feet to go. 9:27 in. It won't be enough. Or will it be enough to set the new time to beat? 9:50 is the time to beat. They're going to have about 15 seconds. Lane 7, Blue City's first form. Last 3 lunges to go. One more step.
And
give it up for Blue City's first form, everybody. 9 minutes and 55 seconds unofficially. Lane 7.
And
on the way back in lane 8, Barbella's for a second place finish. A few more steps for them. The Barbella's have 2 more steps. Lucky number 3 trying to catch up. Who will get across first? But it'll be down in lane 2. Most stacked. Barbella's in 3rd. Lucky number 3 in 4th.
30 seconds. Sorry, 90 seconds.
Union Stronger gets across. Down here in lane 5. Chris Audette's dream team gets across. Training think tank finishes it off. And down here in lane 9, triple threat, final 30 feet. One more minute to go. 30 more feet down in lane 10 for the young guns. Miami, I need you to make some noise for our final team on the floor. One more leg to go. Few more steps for these ladies. 30 more seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our RX teams, our third heat. The Blue City's first form, it won't be enough to set the new time to beat, but they will get across at 9 minutes and 55 seconds for a heat win. Coming up next, your top 10 RX men's teams and women's teams.
Then time was 9:13 from EMF. What was the lady? I'll give him a break because this team I want to. The lady, this is the last one before we go into league. Yeah, that's the last. Okay, got it. What was the lady?
Out onto the floor, guys. We've got your RX teams. This final heat here in lane. Just a little over 2 minutes, guys, on this one. We're going to get started. The times to beat on this one for the ladies is going to be 9:50 for the ladies and 9:13 for the gents. Two minutes, athletes, 2 minutes. On the floor right now, we've got Stay KLM in lane number 1, Maya and the Twins in lane number 2, Golden Girls in lane number 3, Iron Force in lane number 4, FSU in lane 5, Latina Gang in lane number 6, Sabo Strong in lane 7, True North Trio in lane number 8, Brazilian Team in lane number 9, Peak to Peak in lane number 10. In lane number 11, the Mayhem Misfits, Gary in lane number 12, DSM Performance in lane 13, CrossFit Lumberyard in lane number 14, Team Soul Daddies in 15, CrossFit Depot in 16, Indie Dogs in lane number 17, Thessalonians in lane 18, the Daltons in 19, and in lane number 20, Trois Boy Soleil. One minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Ryan, we are off. What do you got for me?
We got the trio triplet here at the TYR Arena in beautiful Miami Beach at the TYR Wodapalooza Miami. Can't get any better than being on South Beach, but right now, these teams are the trio triplet. They got 150 ping pong wall balls. These weights are 30 pounds and 20 pounds for the ladies and men. As they go into the next movement, it's going to be 75 synchro toes to bar. 2 people are going to be working on that, 1 person rest. Then they move on to 120-foot worm lunges.
So down here for the gentlemen, we've got Indie Dogs currently in third. CrossFit Lumberyard in second. And lane number 16, CrossFit Depot, holding right now at that 397. Cycling from one to the next, guys, on these ping pong wall balls. Again, you heard it. Yes, it's 150 of them. Let's see who's going to tag through first onto that 100, and then they jump up for those 75 synchronized toes to bar.
Lane 1, stay calm. They've got 50 reps right now.
$55 in lane number 16 for CrossFit Depot. 60 for Team Soul Daddies.
FSU right now in lane 5. They're approaching the 65 rep mark.
65 reps for CrossFit Lombard down here in lane number 14.
Approaching 70 reps in lane 7. Svaso Strong.
70 for DSM Performance right now.
And my team from Kelowna, British Columbia, in the Okanagan True North Trio with their captain, regionals athlete, Renee Clauderino. They're approaching 80 reps right now.
Team's getting closer to that 100 rep marker here on these wall balls down here for the gentlemen. Itching quickly to get towards those toes to bar.
And in lane 9, the Brazilian team, they just hit 100 reps in lane 9.
Again, they're going to pick up that worm here at the tail end of this one, guys. It's going to be a 321-pound worm and 222 pounds for the ladies' worm. And if you peek into the middle here, you've got your top few teams here fighting right now as those scores are pretty close. But the guys from Mexico, CrossFit Depot in lane number 16, with a score as of this morning of 397.
$130 reps right now in lane 4 for Iron Force, the ladies in the pink bottoms.
$132 down here for CrossFit Depot, guys. We're inching near the last 10 to 20 reps for these teams. But let us see who will be the first one up on those toes to bar. Hand is coming up, though, guys, for your current leader, CrossFit Depot overall, but hands also up down there for Gary in lane number 12. CrossFit Lumberyard with 3 to go, but jumping up, guys, side by side. Lanes 15 and 16, Team Soul Daddies, CrossFit Depot, and lane number 12, Gary, and the rest will follow.
There's my friends from SoCal. Team Lumberyard is in the house.
These guys moving quick right now. Mobile shoulders as ever, so you can gain a little bit more. Quick transitions, of course, for these guys. As we're just approaching that 6-minute mark, guys. Remember, the time cap on this one is 12 minutes. Now, times to beat, remember, for the gentlemen is 9 minutes, 13 seconds. For the ladies, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Quick transitions as these guys jump back up.
Right about now, we're waiting for some judges' hands to go in the air.
Fast cycling. Who we got here for 75 on that completion. First off the rig, first onto the worm. Again, they've got 120 feet. They've got 30 feet down and back for 60, down and back yet again. So they're going to essentially take 2 laps with that worm with lots of communication. But there is a hand up. We got 3 and 2 and 1 toast to bar to go for Team Soul Daddies. Pulling ahead, though, to take a new lead. Lane number 15, Team Soul Daddies.
And I've got hands in the air for Mia in the twins in lane 2. But your heat leaders right now in lane 4. Iron Force in the pink bottoms, black tops. They are the first athletes to start lunging, but Mia and the twins trying to chase them down in lane 2. As well in lane 6 and 8. All grabbing their worms.
Team Soul Daddies on their way back and dropping the worm in lane number 13, DSM Performance. Right now, guys, take a peek down lane number 15.
And lane 8, the True North Trio making their first turn for the worm.
Team Soul Daddies on lane number 15, almost 3/4 the way done, but tight on their heels, guys, trying to cover some ground here. DSM Performance. The Mayhem Misfits down there in lane number 11.
And right now, Mia and the twins making the quick turn in lane 2. Iron Force right behind them in the pink bottoms, black top in lane 4.
Check them out, guys. Lane number 15. Team Soul Daddies will take that one home. New official time, 8:49. Unofficial.
And right now, Mia and the twins, 8:53 official time. For the ladies, right behind them will be Iron Force in lane 4.
All these guys linking up and finishing just over that 9-minute mark as they cross. But 8:50 on that one, guys. What a run.
Right now, with 1 lunge left, battling it out in lane 5. True North Trio crossing the line. Right behind them in lane 5, the team from FSU. And the Latina gang in lane 6. 1 big lunge left. And they're going to cross the line as well in lane 6.
Last one for Mayhem Misfits.
Two minutes, just under 2 minutes.
90 seconds, athletes. 90 seconds.
Coming
Nearing
up on
that
1
1
minute
minute mark here,
remaining.
guys. And crossing down there, stay KLM. But Team Soul Daddies with a strong finish, guys. Official 850 on the gentleman's side.
2 minutes.
minutes.
2 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Heat number 1 of 4 of your elite women's team division. Taking the field for the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza Miami race to the top here on the TYR stage. Introducing our teams to you. Heading down into lane number 1, Lycan Latin Mafia. Lane number 2, RXSG. Team Wadla in lane number 3. Gaines and Roses in lane number 4. Lycan Gang in lane number 5. Blacklisted Dogs in lane number 6. Shorter and Shortest in lane number 7. Chimera Mexico in lane number 8. Danielle did it again in lane number 9. And rounding out this heat in lane number 10, it is Triple Threat Trio.
One minute, athletes, 1 minute. Thirty seconds, athletes. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Race to the top underway. This is 4 time. It's going to be 1 rep up to 10. Rope climbs, box jump overs, and cleans. Give you a quick breakdown on this. The athletes can break up the rope climbs and the cleans however they see fit. They all have to do the 3 box jumps. 15-foot rope climb, 30-inch boxes, and 175-pound cleans for our ladies. Our judges will advance the chess pieces, the markers there you see on the left side of the field for every round. By and large, all of our teams now in round number 2. Looking for that first team to finish up round 2 and advance into round number 3, and that's going to happen at the cleans. 16-minute time cap on this event as we approach 50 seconds. Our first team advancing into round number 3 is going to be in lane number 7, shorter and shortest, lane number 6. Right there with them, Blacklisted Dogs and Chimera Mexico in lane number 8. You're 1, 2, and 3 early on here in heat number 1. Talking earlier, I really think the event is going to, we were discussing this earlier, I think this event's going to start probably around round number 6. Right now, they're flowing pretty freely through the reps at the 1, 2, 3, and 4 mark. It really starts to set in probably about 5, 6, and then 7 and 8 will be the back half of this event and probably the bulk of our time. Lanes 6 and 7 still duking out Blacklisted Dogs and shorter and shortest, 1 and 2. Again, followed in lane number 8 by Chimera Mexico. Your 1, 2, and 3. Lane number 3 still in the hunt as well. Team Wadla followed in lane number 9 by Danielle did it again. We are 2 minutes in, athletes. Again, 16-minute time cap in place. All right, folks, coming about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Those first 4 rounds going to go pretty quickly. And here we go, still tied up neck and neck right in the center of the action. Blacklisted Dogs, shorter and shortest, your 1 and 2. The battle for third between Team Wadla and Chimera Mexico. We're going to see if our leaders there in the center, Blacklisted Dogs, Short, Shorter, and Shortest, can hang on as we pass 3 minutes on the clock. Generous time cap. It seems like a generous time cap at this point because it's moving kind of quickly. But again, I think we're going to see the brakes come on probably around 6 or 7 rounds in.
That bulk of the volume there on the back end. We've all done those 1 to 10 workouts. Seems like it moves pretty fast there early on, and then it's kind of like a screeching halt.
Lane 6 and 7 still duking it out. Rep for rep. It's going to look like lane number 6, Blacklisted Dogs in the lead with 1 rep to go on the cleans. And they'll be the first rather, to advance into round number 6. A clear leader now starting to emerge. Right behind them, though, still in second, Short, Shorter, and Shortest in lane number 7. Commander Mago in lane number 8. Now straighten it out as your 1, 2, and 3 as we press on into round number 6. Again, getting deeper into this event. The prizes really start to double here, so to speak, towards the backside of this event.
RXSG heading back out to their barbell. Finish up that round of 5 as Lycan Latin Mafia moving into round number 6.
Just past 5 minutes on our time clock. By and large, all of our teams into round number 6. Hand in the air in lane number 6. Blacklisted Dogs keeping the pressure on as they advance into round number 7.
RXSG moving into round number 6. You're leading teams into round number 7. Everybody else just slightly behind. Short, Shorter, and Shortest now moving into that round 7.
And folks, you guys are worked out. You know the math on events like this, workouts, WODs like this. Those last 3 rounds encompass the bulk, really the bulk of the work. You're doing as many rounds, or reps, in the last 3 as you are in the first 7.
Blacklisted Dogs, Short, Shorter, and Shortest out in front with Chimera Mexico. And Team Wadla just slightly behind. 6 minutes in. Coming up on the 7-minute mark once again, 16-minute time cap for your teams here. Lane number 10 now, triple threat trio. Moving into round number 7. Moving out in to round number 8. Blacklisted Dogs.
Right there
Staying out
with
in
them.
front.
Sorry. Right there with them. Short, Shorter, and Shortest in lane number 7. Into round number 8.
30-inch boxes for your female division. That's a big old box to get over.
Team Wadla rounding out your 1, 2, and 3. Chimera Mago in lane number 8. hanging tough, moving into round number 8. And I'm telling you, folks, this is where the water gets deep, so to speak. We are just past the 8-minute mark in a 16-minute time-capped event, and they still have half of the work to go, basically.
Yeah, what a beautiful day here. Final day of competition, TYR Wodapalooza. We got a full day and evening of competition remaining, crowning your top teams here for 2025 on the beautiful South Beach. Larry, that time chipping away over the halfway marker. 8.5 minutes in, athletes. Your leading teams entering that round of 8. The bulk of the work going to happen right now with just about 7 minutes remaining.
You heard the man just past the 9-minute mark. Seemed like such a long time cap when it started. Now it's just, we're well past the halfway point. Lane number 6, hanging tough, Blacklisted Dogs advancing in to lane number 9. Ten minutes in, 6 to go. This is heat number 1 of 4. Your elite ladies on the field. The elite fellas coming up next. Right here at the TYR Arena, 2025 TYR Wodapalooza Miami in full effect.
Larry, 175 pounds on that Rogue barbell for the ladies. Definitely starting to come into play now as we get into the bulk of those reps. 1 rep all the way up to 10. 1, then 2, then 3. Simply no way to know how many reps that is. I don't have a calculator. Blacklisted Dogs trying to stay out in front, extend that lead. Lycan Gang in lane number 5 moving into the round of 9s.
Same story in lane number 9. Danielle did it again, advancing into that 9th round.
"11 minutes in, 5 minutes remaining, athletes, 5 minutes to go."
Lane number 6, working like a well-oiled machine as they keep pressing forward. Blacklisted Dogs, 1 rep to go on the cleans, and they will advance. And there we go, Blacklisted Dogs done with a round of 9. Working on their 10 rope climbs. 2 reps to go in lane number 7 for shorter, and shortest. And they will join them in round number 10. All hustle, no wait for our leaders here. Going right to work as soon as that clean finishes up. Coming up on 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Get a 16-minute time cap on the books for this event. Couple of hands in the air. Right now looks like lane number 8. Cabana may go with just a trio of cleans to go before they advance. Team Wadla in lane number 3 into round number 10 as well. And there we go, lane number 8. I mean, there you go, advancing. Looking to finish those rope climbs in lane number 6, Blacklisted Dogs. They will finish their rope climbs onto the box jump overs, where each member will go through conga line style, if you will. One lane away, lane number 7. Short, shorter, and shortest, keeping them honest. Also done with the rope climbs and onto their box jump overs.
They made up a bunch of time there on the rope climbs, Larry. Now we got ourselves a race down in lane 6 and 7, but time slipping away, just over 2 minutes remaining.
Looks like our crew in lane number 3, Team Wadlaw, also on those box jump overs. That's your 1, 2, and 3. But first to the cleans in lane number 6, going to be Blacklisted Dogs. And they will have at least a 3-rep advantage over short, shorter, and shortest as they approach the barbell.
See who can cycle through these barbells here. Down in lanes number 6 and 7, who's going to stay on that bar? With about 90 seconds remaining, watching for those judges' hands to go up.
Blacklisted Dogs with 1 rep to go. Short, shorter, and shortest looking to make it up with some touch it goes. But I believe, Mike, it is going to be Blacklisted Dogs in green, streaking down the field, and they will finish up right around 14:46.
Short, shorter, and shortest, a solid number 2 finish here in heat number 1.
Our athletes in lane number 3 sprinting it out there. Team Wadlaw finishing up just past the 15-minute mark. Athletes, you have 45 seconds.
Going to be keeping our eyes on the clock, Larry. Just about 30 seconds remaining, athletes. 30 seconds.
Camaramago and Like a Gag looking to see if they can get through as many cleans as possible, but not a ton of time left.
20 seconds now. 20 seconds, athletes. We're going to count you down. Stay moving. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time.
Woo! Nice job, teams. Like a Gang, 2 reps to go to finish those cleans. But it's going to be Blacklisted Dogs setting that time to beat. 14:46 for our next heat athletes coming up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next heat of athletes are making their way out to the competition floor. This is going to be heat 2 of 4, taking on Race to the Top here at the TYR Arena 2025 TYR Wodapalooza Miami. Two minutes, athletes. Our team heading down into lane number 1, All-American Girls. Lane number 2, Gymnation by Frog Grips. Gymnation Finland in lane number 3. Team out, lane number 4, Frogs of the USA. In lane number 5, Chocolate Box Star Strength in lane number 6. Keep Chasing the Storm, lane number 7. Team UFit, lane number 8. Base Wellness in lane number 9. And in lane number 10, rounding out heat number 2, Team 5 Guys.
One minute, athletes, 1 minute. Thirty seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, folks, here we go. Heat number 2. Taking the competition floor for a race to the top. This is going to be 4 time. If you're just getting here, we'll lay it out for you. It is a 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9, 10 reps of rope climbs at 15 feet, box jump overs at 30 inches, and cleans at 175. The wrinkle is they can break up the ropes and the cleans however they see fit, but each member has to do the box jumps. Basically conga line style, alternating 1, 2, and 3, back and forth. So the reps increase as we move up. Our judges will advance the markers on the floor so you guys can track your favorite athletes. And you guys, I'm sure, have done this kind of workout before. You know that the real workout is probably after about 6 or 7 rounds, where you start getting into the deep water, where it really starts to mount up on you. I'm sure we will see it. We saw it in the last heat. They were all moving very quickly. And of course, it slows down because you're doing a lot more reps. You're doing as many in the last few rounds as you did in the first 6 or 7. Blacklisted Dogs setting the time to beat in the last heat at 14:46.
Team Alp in lane number 4, looking to be out in front here early. Trying to finish up that round of 4. And they'll do so now. 90 seconds in, 90 seconds in.
Athletes, we are at 2.5 minutes in, 16-minute time cap.
Team Alp down in lane number 4. Back to that round of 6 now. 6 rope climbs. Out in front, Team Alp, Blacklisted Dogs. Best time of 14:46.
Chocolate Box Star Strength advancing into round number 6. And Gymnation Finland, along with Gymnation by Frog Grips, in lane number 2. They are moving pretty quickly into that 6th round at the 3-minute mark. What a wonderful day this has turned out to be. We had a chilly start, we'll say. Kind of a foggy start on one day, chilly start the next two. It nicened up yesterday, and now, man, it is a beautiful day today. A few clouds in the sky, but great right here on the TYR Arena floor for Race to the Top. Rapidly approaching the 4-minute mark.
I have call outs on my thing. I just Frogs in the USA. Lane number 5 looking to be leading the way now. Always watching for those judges' hands to go up, getting deep in our rounds. The rounds of 5 and 6. Looking to finish up that round of 6 in lane number 5 as we come up on the 5-minute mark. We'll keep an eye on those ladies. And now down in lane number 4, Team Alp back in front. Going back and forth from our teams, our top teams. Lanes 4, 5, and 6. Now down in lane number 8, Team UFit looking to be back to the ropes for a round of 7.
Lane number 10, Team 5 guys, also appears to be moving into round number 7. Team Alp in lane number 4 also having their marker advanced to the round number 7 area.
Each and every round, our athletes can split up the work on the rope climbs and the cleans however they see fit. The box jump overs, however, all athletes must perform that round. Kind of a relay style, one at a time. For the rest of the work, they can split up to maximize that time. 6 minutes in, ladies, 10 minutes to go.
$16-minute cap in place for this event. We only saw a couple of teams finishing in heat number 1. Our athletes seem to be moving along pretty efficiently here in heat number 2, and I suspect we'll see that get better as we go. Farther down, 2 more heats of athletes to go. Our crew in lane number 8, Team UFit, banging their way through their cleans here. Team UFit from the UK. Same story down in lane number 10 for Team 5 guys. And it's going to be pretty much a dead tie there, Mike, between lanes 10 and lane 8. 5 guys and Team UFit advancing into round number 8.
Team Alp now down in lane number 4. Moving into that lead lap, your top 3 teams working in round number 8.
Base Wellness in lane number 9 also advancing into round number 8. Right now the battle, though, between 8 and 10. Again, that is UFit and Team 5 guys.
Those final 3 reps.
final 3 rounds, rather, 27 reps. So definitely the bulk of the event right here, those final 3. It's going to catch up with them. Things starting to slow down just a bit. Your leading teams working in that round of 8, trying to finish up and move on to their final 2 rounds. Coming up on the 8.5-minute mark.
Again, I'm not a math whiz, but I think you're doing 1 less rep in the last 3 rounds than you do in the first 7 rounds. I think there's 28 reps in those first 7 rounds and 27 in the last 3. We had the fatigue factor. We'll call it even. So you're doing as much work on the back half as you did in the entire front half of this event. All these teams doing a great job. All of them now in round at number 8. And in the air in lane number 8 for Team UFIT. But it is going to be our crew in lane number 10. Team 5 guys going to be our leader in lane number 10.
One more clean to go for Team Alp down in lane number 4. Moving into that second place position right after Team UFIT, lane number 8. They're about tied up.
Base Wellness advancing into round number 9 as well. Don't forget, folks, when they finished up their final round, they will run it out to their marker. And that yellow line there, once they pass that, that will be their time. We may very well see a race to the finish before our day is done.
Coming up on that 10-minute mark, Larry. Your leading teams definitely within striking distance. Once again, 14:46.
My
time
team,
to beat.
I'm sorry, Team 5 guys over here already done with the rope climbs in round number 9 and barreling through their box jump overs. Hand in the air from their judge already. Look for them to move to the cleans here pretty quickly. Looking to expand on that lead. One more trio of box jumps here, and they will advance to the barbell. And there they go.
Team 5 guys on to that round of 9 cleans. 4 fingers in the air, make it 3. That final round of 9.
Team UFIT now advancing to the barbell in round number 9. But right now it is Team 5 guys advancing to the 10th and final round, starting their rope climbs at the 11:10 mark.
Two cleans to go for Team Alp down in lane number 4 on the round of 9s. Five rope climbs down and 5 to go for your leaders. Team 5 guys down in lane number 10 as we come up on the 12-minute mark. They are definitely within closing distance of taking down that top time of 14:46. Got to finish up those rope climbs. We got another 10 box jump overs and finally 10 cleans with that 175-pound Rogue barbell.
Team UFIT in lane number 8 also advancing into round number 10. But as they start their rope climbs, it looks like Team 5 guys getting credit for their last one. They'll go right into the box jump overs. So again, this is 10 box jump overs each. They'll alternate athletes. Each one has to do the box jumps. Again, kind of a you go, I go, my partner goes kind of style. But we'll look for them to advance to that barbell here pretty quickly. Mike just pointed out that time to be 14:46. We're still 2 minutes shy of that time as they're almost done with the box jumps. So we should see a new top time here set in the next minute or two.
Final box jump over for 5 guys.
Ooh, touch and go to kick things off. Getting 3 in the bag to start with. Make that half. Woo, Team 5 guys looking to get there quickly. Holy cow, she's still in the saddle. 7 reps in. 1 more to go for Team 5 guys. And a good clean, and they will sprint it out. And Team 5 guys will finish up right around the 13:32 mark.
Coming up on the 14-minute mark, see if we can get some more teams across that finish line. Just about 2 minutes remaining. 16-minute time cap here for Race to the Top in the beautiful TYR Arena.
13:35, that new time to beat, Mike. 13:35.
Team out. A no rep on that last rep. They will run across the line. Just behind Team UFIT in lane number 8. With about 90 seconds remaining, lane number 9, Base Wellness will run across the line. Gym Nation Finland now racing down to their finish line.
Oop, having to go over that barbell there in lane number 5, but they will take it to the house. Frogs of the USA. Lane number 6. Chocolate Box Star Strength. Have to go over the barbell. They get it done, though, and they will take it to the finish line.
Just about 45 seconds remaining, ladies. 45 seconds remaining. 5 reps make it 4 to go for Gym Nation by Frog Grips. Down in lane number 2. With about 30 seconds remaining, they got 2 reps to go. First event of 3 here today. So plenty of points to gather as Gym Nation will run across the line right around 15:45. We're going to count them down. 10 seconds remaining, ladies. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Woo, keep chasing the storm. Didn't get the run, but I believe they completed all of their cleans just as time expired. Nice effort, ladies.
Just want to give a big shout out to our wonderful group over at High Ground, the official beef chip of TYR Wodapalooza. Hey, Boone is here. Their mascot. Everybody say hi to Boone. And if you haven't been over, go see the fine folks at High Ground. My man Dylan with some foot skills there. Nice job, Dylan. Boone right there with them. High Ground, the official beef chip of TYR Wodapalooza. And if you don't know what it is, go check it out. Absolutely delicious, super clean, tons of protein in just one little package.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause out there for Dylan and Boone. Give it up for him from High Ground.
Boone's about the sweetest dog I've ever met.
He's awesome. Mike and I spent some quality time with Dylan and Boone yesterday, man. Good people, good product, very tasty. And we need to come. Hey, Dylan, we're going to come see you and get some more, buddy. We ate all of ours from yesterday. We're coming to see you. That was good stuff. New by me, right? New by me. Yeah. All right, folks, here we go. Heat number 3 of 4, your elite teams women's division. Race to the top here at the TYR Arena. Incredible performances already this morning.
2 minutes
And we expect no less out of our Heat 3 athletes here. Going to introduce our teams to you heading down into lane number 1, Capra Collective, Switzerland. Lane number 2, the Daughters. Lane number 3, Fossils in Motion. Lane number 4, Team ProPud. Lane number 5, British Frog Squad. Lane number 6, Reebok Crew. Lane number 7, Team Krieger. Lane number 8, Team Yida. Lane number 9, Mayhem Baywatch. And rounding out this heat in lane number 10, Team Nubami.
One minute, athletes, 1 minute. "30 seconds, athletes, 30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go."
And just like that, we are off and moving. Heat number 3, race to the top. If you guys are just coming in to check out your favorite athletes here in heat number 3, we totally understand, so we're going to explain it to you again. For time, we're going to start off with 1 rep, 2 rep, 3, all the way up to 10 rope climbs, box jump overs, and cleans. The deal is they can divide up the rope climbs and cleans however they like. The box jump overs, they each have to do in an alternating fashion. You see the markers out there and the placards on each side of the field indicating which round they're in. And we see an example of it now. Our judges advancing the markers there in lanes number 7, 2, 5, and 3. That means those athletes have completed those rounds and are currently in round number 3. Still very early. I mean, you figure we're in round number 3. They've done 3 reps between rounds 2 and 1. They do as many reps here in round number 3 as they've done already. And it will be progressively more loaded as we move forward.
I like this event, Larry. Very cool. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Those tall box jump overs. Gotta love rope climbs and heavy barbells as well. 16-minute time cap. Pretty spicy to get all that done. Time to beat 13:35 by Team 5 guys.
Team Krieger, lane number 7, in the lead. In the shallow end of the pool here, so to speak, as we're on the front end of this event. 3 rounds in, working on round number 4. "30-inch box, no joke for these athletes. Again, 175, as Mike just pointed out on the clean, 15-foot rope climb.
Capra Collective down in lane number 1. Right behind lane number 7, Team Krieger.
By and large, the entire heat. Well, no, the entire heat in round number 5. They're keeping it very close. We expect no less as we get deeper into the heats here. 1 whole heat of elite ladies waiting in the wings to take on Race to the Top. Looking for a team to top that time of 5 guys that Mike pointed out a few minutes ago, 13:35. We'll see how that goes. Race to the Top brought to you by Dimetize. If you hadn't made your way over to Dimetize, head over there and check it out. The Fruity Pebbles drink, their protein drink, outstanding. First to the barbell. Oh, it's very close between our squad in lane number 7, Team Krieger, and our team in lane number 9, Mayhem Baywatch. But it's going to be Team Krieger finishing those cleans first. A rep or so ahead of Mayhem Baywatch.
Capra down in lane number 1. First to turn and head back for that next round as those judges head out and move those chess pieces. Your leading ladies working in that round of 6, Larry. Pretty quick thus far as we start to slow down once we hit those rounds of 6 and 7. 4 minutes in, still quite a bit of time remaining. That time to beat 13:35 coming by way of Team 5 guys in the previous heat, besting the previous time to beat by well over a minute. So that's a pretty good time. We'll see how the ladies here in heat number 3 do. A lot of heavy hitters here in heat 3 and 4. Your top 20 teams here in 3 and 4. So a lot of time, 3 events yesterday, 3 events today to close out the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza season for these ladies.
Team Krieger right to work there in lane number 7 on the cleans. Down in lane number 1, Capra Collective also onto their cleans. Ladies are keeping it close, but it's going to be Krieger finishing up a rep or so ahead of the Capra Collective. It will advance that marker to round number 7. Mayhem Baywatch in lane number 9, holding on to second as the Capra Collective also advances into round number 7. That's your 1, 2, and 3 here at the 5:30 mark. Reebok Crew in lane number 6, along with Team ProPud in lane number 4. Fossils in motion. Team New By Me and Team Vita also advancing into round number 7. Off to the cleans in lane number 7. Team Krieger still in the lead and extending it with every one of those cleans. Man, she is rolling through. Unbroken touch and go so far on this round of 7. Finally taking a break. Looks like she's going to finish the full layout of 7, giving her team time to collect themselves for the rope climbs. Again, they can split the cleans and rope climbs however they see fit. The only thing they all have to do is the box jumps. So that may be their plan. She may be doing all the cleans, and they may be doing all the rope climbs. But right now, whatever they're doing, working like a champ because they are moving on to round number 8 at the 7-minute mark.
Definitely seeing some separation as we get deeper into this 10-rounder. Those barbells are not light, Larry. 175 is doable, but it's definitely not light. So maybe everybody moving a little quickly early on, but things definitely got to be a little bit more calculated as we get heavy into those later rounds. 7 minutes in, athletes. 7 minutes in.
Mayhem Baywatch advancing Team Yida. New By Me. Reebok Crew.
Helpful, very helpful.
8 minutes in. 8 minutes in. Half our time. A lot of 16-minute time cap on the books for this one. Team Krieger rolling through those box jumps. Man, they are moving efficiently right back to the cleans like we were just talking about them a few seconds ago. This is the round of 8.
Crossing over that halfway marker, 8 minutes in, 8 minutes remaining. Krieger having a good day yesterday as well. Sitting in that 14th place, a lot of points to gather here for the remainder of the day. So looking to move up that leaderboard, do some shaking here in that top 10.
Krieger wrapping up the round of 8, moving forward to advance that barbell. Mayhem Baywatch finishing their last as well in lane number 9, putting themselves squarely in second. Team Yida wrapping things up in lane number 8. What I believe to be lane number 4. Team Pro Bud in third. Yida a close rep behind him in lane number 8. Reebok Crew in lane number 6, also advancing into round number 9.
Three reps to go in that round of 8 for the daughters down in lane number 2.
British Frog Squad wrapping up round number 8, moving into round number 9 in lane number 5. Too many numbers. Too many dang numbers, Mike. The daughters advancing as well into round number 9. All of our teams here at the 10-minute mark, sitting in round number 9.
6 minutes remaining, athletes. 6 minutes remaining, that time to beat 13:35. We are well away from that. Got to get through these last 2 rounds, and that's a whole bunch of reps. A lot of teams here, too early to count out on these last 2 rounds. No room for mistakes. No room for no reps. Mayhem Baywatch working on that barbell in a round of 9. Team Krieger as well.
Krieger with a pair left. 2 now remaining for Mayhem Baywatch. And Krieger will advance into round number 10. About a 2-rep lead over Mayhem Baywatch.
Five minutes remaining, athletes. 5 minutes to go.
Right now, folks, as we enter round number 10, it's Team Krieger 1, Mayhem Baywatch 2, and Team Propud 3. Your 1, 2, and 3 on the tail end of this event as we approach 12 minutes. 13:35, the time to beat. Team Do By Me also advancing. Team Yida advancing in lane number 8.
Three rope climbs remaining down in lane number 7 for Team Krieger.
Just past 12 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, that time to beat 13:35. We'll see how it goes. Just over a minute away from that top time. 1 rep on the rope climbs. And there we go. Krieger done with the rope climbs. And they will blaze through these box jump overs as they have done all event long.
Krieger and Mayhem Baywatch virtually rep for rep on the box jump overs. Team ProPud down in lane 4. But Krieger and Mayhem Baywatch out in front. Going to be a race to those barbells. Hands are up.
Krieger going to get to the barbell and get 2 reps in the bag as Mayhem Baywatch arrives. About a 2-rep lead for Krieger. We will see how Baywatch breaks it up. Hand in the air for Krieger. Hand in the air for Baywatch. Woo! It's going to be close, Mike.
Team Pro Putt as well, going touch and go in lane 4.
It is going to be Krieger with 1 rep to go, 1 rep remaining, and they're going to stay on the barbell for Baywatch. Baywatch heads to the finish, a foot race, and it is going to be Baywatch a step ahead of Krieger. But I don't know if that time is going to be good enough to beat 5 guys from the previous heats.
Pro Putt and the Reebok crew running across the line right around the same time, 13:55. Two minutes remaining, athletes. 2 minutes to go as Team New By Me runs across the line. 2 lanes over, lane number 8, Team Ida will finish up right around 14:20. Fossils in motion will run across the line. Capra Collective as well. 2 reps to go down in lane number 5 for British Frog Squad. That'll do it for British Frog Squad. And then there was 1, but not just 1. Count them 2 and 3. We call them the Daughters. OGs of OGs. Some of the best of the best. Down in lane number 2, and all smiles she wrote for the Daughters as they run across the line. 15:06.
Woo! What a finish, man. Well under that time cap for all of our teams. Baywatch going to finish up at 13:40, 13:41 for Team Krieger. So that time of 13:35 for 5 guys going to hold strong going into heat number 4.
Hey, our good friends at Dymatize are here. If you guys want a little bit of swag, make some noise up there. Let's test out those arms. Take you home a little bit of swag here. And a big thank you shout out going to our good friends at Dymatize. Our event here, Race to the Top, brought to you by Dymatize. So why not bring them out? Keep it going, make some noise. There you go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our next heat making their way out. This is it, heat number 4 of 4. Your top 10 teams here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Taking on Race to the Top here at the TYR Arena.
2 minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
The 2025 TYR Wodapalooza Miami about to get underway here with our elite ladies. Heading into lane number 1, Tres Leches. Lane number 2, Team XND. Lane number 3, Team Nusa. Swedish House Mafia in lane number 4. Heading down into lane number 5, Yeti Outcasts. Lane number 6, Little McDaughter coming in hotter. Lane number 7, Relight Salt Bays. Lane number 8, Froggy Girls Who Don't Run. Lane number 9, Broadway Girls. And in lane number 10, Las Mexas by Pixel.
One minute, athletes, 1 minute.
Everywhere when trying to
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go, off and moving our final heat of ladies taking on Race to the Top, your elite women's division. Heat 4 of 4. How it breaks down, folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the TYR Arena. Race to the Top brought to you by Diamontage right here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Going to be 1 rep, 2 rep, all the way up to 9 and 10 reps of rope climbs, box jump overs, and cleans. 15-foot rope climbs and the 175-pound cleans can be broken up however they like between the team. Each one, though, has to do the box jumps on that 30-inch box in an alternating fashion. Our judges going to move those markers forward for every round. So as you can see, our team's now advancing into round number 2. So you can track your favorite team from wherever you're sitting in the stands. Beautiful day here in Miami Beach, right here on the water. Man, what a view. Some awesome waves out there. Probably killing Bill Grundler to be in that tent and not out on his board, but, you know, got bills to pay.
Got to soak in the sun here at the beautiful beach. Miami Beach here for 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Our weekend winding down here with some great competition the rest of the day and evening. Our elite competition getting things ramped up here. First event of the day, 2 more to come later today. So plenty of points before we can crown our champions tonight.
Again, our last heat of ladies got 4 heats of fellas coming up next, as Mike pointed out. Then we're all going to move the elite action almost immediately over to the sandbox on the other side of the venue for their next event. And then we'll all meet back here this evening for their final event right here at the TYR Arena to close out our 2025 TYR Wodapalooza.
The Swedish House Mafia looking to be out in front. Team Nusa, lane number 3, right behind them. Now lane 7, Relight Salt Bays. You're 1, 2, and 3 early on here at the 2.5 minute mark. Yeti Outcast now back to the rope, starting that round of 5. Center of your competition floor. Yeti Outcast sitting in that number 1 position going into today. Like I said, Larry, we got 3 events today. Plenty of time for any of these teams to move and shake around that top 10.
You said it, brother. Lots of points out there up for grabs throughout the day. Just their first event of the day. Swedish House Mafia advancing into the next round.
Swedish House Mafia only 39 points out of first right now, sitting in that number 3 spot.
Salt Bays also advancing at around number 6. Little McDonough coming in hotter. Also advancing.
Three reps to go in that round of 6. Looking to stay out in front. The team down in lane number 4, the Swedish House Mafia. Up and over they go. Final box jump. In the round of 6s, and they'll be the first to the barbell. Just 1 rep in front of Team Noosa. Down in lane number 3. That's your 1 and 2. Onto the barbell. 175 pounds on that Rogue barbell for your top ladies.
Man, a close race down there in lanes number 3 and 4. As Swedish House Mafia and Team Noosa advancing into round number 7 almost simultaneously.
We saw in the last heat, Larry, a lot of room here as we get later in these rounds. The bulk of the event, those last final 3 rounds. So really, it's still open for any of our teams out here, how they handle those heavy barbells for the higher reps.
Handful of cleans in lane number 5 for the Yeti Outcasts. Same in lane number 9 for the Broadway Girls, and they will be advancing. All of our teams now in the various stages of round number 7.
Crossing over that 6-minute mark, ladies. 6 minutes in, 10 minutes remaining as we have that 16-minute time cap. Something tells me we're not going to need it for your top teams here in our final heat. Heat number 4. Our men coming up directly following. We got to get through our ladies here at the TYR Arena for Race to the Top. Swedish House Mafia staying out in front, if only by a rep or 2.
Team Noosa out of Denmark, keeping it tight there in lane number 3. Currently sitting in 7th overall. They'd love to make that climb up just. I'm sorry, currently sitting in 5th overall. They'd love to make a climb into that top 3 spot with 2 more events to go. Just past 7 minutes on the clock.
You're just getting here. Our Race to the Top event going from 1 rep all the way up to 10 reps. We go 1, we go 2s, 3s, 4s, all the way up to 10. If you're not familiar with that, we got to split up. We can split up all of the rope climbs. We can split up the heavy cleans on the barbell, but all athletes, relay style, got to do the box jump over. So everybody's got to pull their own weight on those tall 30-inch boxes, but we can split up the rest of the work as long as we get it done each and every round. Hands are up. Swedish House Mafia. First one off of the barbell in that round of 8, heading back to round number 9. But just in front of him, getting the quick tag up. Down in lane number 3, Team Noosa. First one onto the ropes. Transition. Gotta be quick here in your elite female division. 8.5 minutes in, ladies. 8.5 minutes in.
Looks like Team XND going to advance into round number 9, putting them in your third place team. Not far behind, lane number 7, the Relight Salt Bays, also advancing into round number 9.
Final rep for Swedish House Mafia and Team Noosa. Slight advantage now down in lane number 3 for Team Noosa. See if they can make it to that barbell first here. As we finish up that round of 9, our athletes going relay style up and over that 30-inch rogue box. 3 reps to go for Noosa, 3 reps to go for Swedish House Mafia.
Frog girls who don't run in lane number 9 advancing. First in lane number 8 advancing into round number 9. Same story in lane number 6. For Lou McDonald coming in hotter.
Team Noosa now, your new leaders, just shy of the 10-minute mark. A 1-rep advantage, but Swedish House Mafia staying on the barbell. And a quick switch up.
2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give our Masters athletes a loud round of applause and an incredible weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Congratulations, athletes, on a successful weekend at another TYR Wodapalooza. Coming up next, your 35 to 39 ladies.
Guys, don't forget, there's still lots of merch available in that tier tent for you. Our official TYR 2025 Wodapalooza. Lots of gear for you over there still, so pop on by that tent. All of it is 50% off. Get shopping.
And here come our 35 to 39 Masters ladies for their final workout of the day. Ladies, take a look at the projector. Ladies and gentlemen, if you scan to enter, you can get an opportunity to win $5,000 cash from GoWod. 2 minutes. Let's introduce our ladies for the 35 to 39 division for their final workout of the weekend. In lane 1, Melinda Golden. Lane 2, Georgia Panella. Lane 3, Roberta Campos. Lane 4, Ashley Steinbach. Lane 5, Kayla Silva. Lane 6, Sarah Burkfield. Lane 7, Tara Demers. Lane 8, Maud Hali. Lane 9, Melody Andriani. Lane 10 in second place, Mallory Berta. Lane 11, your overall leader, Andrea Nisler. Lane 12, Katrina Rasmussen, currently in third place. Lane 13, Yuko Sakayuma, and currently in fifth place. Lane 14, Francesca Canobio. Lane 15, Francesca Macchiori. Lane 16, Jenna McVeigh. Lane 17, Faith Woodruff. Lane 18, Emma Stanley. 19, Kim Berube. And in lane 20, Amanda Casal. And we have 60 seconds left. Hey, let's go get them. What do you say?
Let's go, little mama.
Well, today we're going to do 30.
"30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, these beautiful ladies are ready to roll. Again, you heard it. This is their final workout for the weekend. On that heavy rope, they're going to do a series of double unders here to begin with.
That's right. We have 4-time high stakes and tight ropes. 45 heavy double unders on the Velites heavy rope. 90-foot handstand walk. 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Then they're going to perform 12 dumbbell snatches, followed by a 9-meter lunge with 50 pounds. Then they'll do 4 rope climbs, followed by 12 more dumbbell snatches and another 9-meter overhead lunge, 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups, another 90-foot handstand walk, and then 45 more double unders on the Velites heavy rope.
Again, you heard it, guys. They've got 90 feet of that handstand walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I just saw someone walk backwards on their hands. Sarah Burkfield in lane 6 going forward and backwards unbroken. That is the first. That is a competition first. 90 feet to be complete. When they finish this, they go onto the wall for 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups, and Burkfield will be your first lady here in lane 6.
Miss Andrea Nissler on the wall down there in lane number 11. A Minnesota beauty. And just 2 down from her, Yuko Sakuyama, also in those wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Sarah Burkfield going unbroken on her first 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. I have a feeling she's been waiting for this workout all weekend. And she is now on to the 50-pound dumbbell snatches. 12 reps on her right arm before she begins that overhead walking lunge.
So again, they got 15 of these wall-facing handstand push-ups first. Hammering these guys out. Just 3 more for Miss Andrea down there in lane number 11. Just 1 more out of lane number 13, Yuko. And Yuko will jump off of the wall. Joining us from CrossFit Black Ships.
Down here in lane 8, 2 more handstand push-ups for Madi Hali, and 4 more in lane 7 for Tara Demers, but Sarah Burkfield still in the lead, beginning that overhead walking lunge here in lane 9.
Yuko with 4 more snatches to go, but Andrea right on her heels, also on those dumbbell snatches.
Melody Andriani is our current leader here in lane 9. Back on that dumbbell. 12 reps on her left arm, and then she will begin that next overhead lunge. Currently in the lead here.
On to her lunges, Miss Yuko out of lane number 13. 1 more on the snatches from Andrea.
Final 3 snatches for Melody Andriani coming from France. 2 more, and then she can begin that overhead walking lunge back.
Andrea pulling a little bit of a lead here now down in lane number 11 on her lunges. Yuko right on her heels. And coming a little bit behind them, guys, in lane number 14, Francesca.
Andriani. Both sets of dumbbell snatches and 9-meter overhead walking lunges complete. Now she will move on to the 4 rope climbs right in the middle of this workout, and she's already up for 1. 2 pulls to the top, 1 rep down with 3 remaining. Lane 7, Tara Demers finishing off this first overhead lunge. And down here in lane 8, Madi Hali finishing off those dumbbell snatches on her left arm before she begins her lunge back to the rope climbs. 2 climbs left for Melody Andriani.
Five minutes in, 10 down, or 10 to go. Again, Andrea Nissler down there, lane number 11, taking a lead here on these lunges, and Yuko right on her heels. And 5 more on the dumbbell snatches for Francesca down in lane number 14.
1 more rope climb for Melody Andriani down here in lane 9. She's currently in 4th place before this event, and she will finish the 4 rope climbs and will make her way back to the dumbbell. 12 dumbbell snatches on 1 arm and an overhead lunge on the same arm before she has to do it back.
Andrea flying to the top, right next down to her, Yuko, down in lane number 13, and pulling close to them in lane number 14, Francesca.
Down this way in lane 8, Muddy Hali finishing off that lunge before she can go to her rope climbs down here in lane 8, as well as in lane 7, Tara Demers.
Jenna McVeigh in lane 16 will head back on her lunges. And one final rope climb. Andrea has finished those. She's going to grab that dumbbell again here.
One more snatch here on her right arm for Melody Andriani. In lane 9, she'll begin that second to last overhead walking lunge. One more step and Andriani gets across. She has 12 more snatches on her other arm, followed by another 9-meter overhead lunge.
Francesca with 2 more rope climbs to go, and also just 2, maybe 3 it looks like, for Jenna McVeigh. Katrina Rasmussen ready to pick up that dumbbell again for those snatches, but on her way back down for those lunges, you have side by side Yuko and Andrea in lanes 11 and 13. Francesca Marchiori in lane number 15 on her way back with those lunges.
Muddy Hali has one more rope climb right in the middle of this workout, and she will finish and move on to her dumbbell for the second time, as well as Tara Demers, who has one more climb before getting back to her dumbbell for her last set of snatches and lunges. And right here in lane 9, your current leader, Melody Andriani, one final dumbbell snatch and a 9-meter overhead lunge back before her second and final set of wall-facing handstand push-ups, and she is off.
Francesca Marchiori in lane number 15 on her dumbbell snatches again now. And then just behind her in lane number 13, Miss Yuko.
Lunges complete, and she will kick up upside down, and she has just over 8 minutes in, under 7 minutes to go for this final set of wall-facing handstand push-ups from Melody Andriani coming from France.
On her way back down the lane for her set of lunges there, Miss Andrea Nissler. Francesca Canobio on her way back towards the center out of lane 14 with those lunges, and also down lane 16, Jenna McVeigh.
Muddy Hali finishing off that lunge, third of 4 lunges on her right arm. Down in lane 7, Tara Demers, beginning her third of 4th lunge, but in lane 9, 2 more wall-facing handstand push-ups to go, going unbroken again. 15 unbroken. She now has a 90-foot handstand walk. 3 trips, down and back. And then she will do her 45 double unders to the finish line. Melody Andriani is up and running.
Lyman up her rope. Francesca with 4 to go.
Walking backwards for her second trip, Melody Andriani. This will mark 60 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a first. I've never seen this before, but she is crushing these handstand walks. She has 30 more feet to go before she gets back to that rope. Giving the fans what they want, putting on a circus here. Melody Andriani walking backwards again. Final 30 feet.
And off of the wall, down in lane number 11, your current leader of this division, Miss Andrea Nissler, will head back for her 90 feet of handstand walk, and then finishing out on that weighted jump rope. Guys, on the clock, we've got 11 minutes right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, onto the rope for the final time. Melody Andriani. Final 45 heavy double unders on this Velites heavy rope. She's got all the time in the world, but she is off and running. Gets a quick set down here. This heavy dumbbell really taxes the shoulders. But that is nothing for Andriani, who's been running up and down on her hands and going unbroken on her handstand push-ups.
Miss Kimberoob looking solid down here on her lunges.
Andriani with 3 quick sets down for her double unders.
Yuko heading back for her handstand watch.
Final 5 double unders for Melody Andriani. 5 more double unders and a race to the finish line. And here she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Melody Andriani. 12 minutes and 11 seconds unofficially for an event win. Your current 4th place athlete that may bump her up into that podium spot.
Andrea on her final jump rope, and Yuko also ready to pick up that rope as she completes that 90 feet of handstand walking down here. With about 2.5 minutes left to remain, ladies.
Down this way, Tara Demers and Madi Hali finishing off their 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Final few reps for Andrea, and she's gonna run this one home with on that clock, unofficial 12:55 for Miss Andrea Dissler to finish that one under the 13-minute time. Jenna McVeigh in lane 16 with 3 handstand push-ups to go.
Tara Demers will now move on to her final handstand walk for 90 feet as we are under 2 minutes left. 2 ladies have finished, 1 on their jump rope. Coming up on the final 90 seconds, Tara Demers is up and running for her first leg into this 90-foot handstand walk.
Yuko with her final few skips as we're at about 90 seconds remain, ladies.
"30 feet down for Demers. And here in lane 8, Madi Hali. 30 feet down.
And Yuko will run this one home, completing before that 14-minute mark. All right, ladies. Francesca, Jenna McVeigh, finalizing their 90 feet of handstand walking.
On the way back to make 60 feet down here in lane 7, Tara Demers, as we have 45 seconds to go.
Less than 30 seconds remain. Miami, put your hands together for your Masters ladies as they finish this one out strong.
Tara Demers will finish this handstand walk.
10 seconds. In 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Give it up, guys, for our Masters ladies, 35-39 for a strong, strong finish. So good.
I thought you were going to say like what we were doing. I was like, look at the board. When I was pointing at you and you like looked behind you. I didn't mean to.
You're fine. You don't need it. Everything's fine.
It's my special place I can only find in this special place. I call this endorphin-inducing retreat my fitness stage. This is my Miami. What's yours?
The workout was a burner. It was a lot. This song was super cool.
This song was rough. It's hard. Going into each interval, you kind of got to take it. So that's what you do. Hope everybody else does the same.
I like the Soul Runner a lot. It's very taxing on your hamstrings.
I love it. I love the Soul Runner.
My first time without Soul Roller, it was good, and I like it.
Out come your gentlemen, guys, out on the floor. Your Masters men, 35-39. Down to lane number 1, Asher Baptiste. Lane number 2, Benjamin Ponslav. Lane number 3, Dr. Justin Lee. Lane number 4,
2
Miguel
minutes.
Galera. Lane number 5, Chris Clyde. Lane number 6, Dobromir Karkoska. Lane number 7, Rob Thomas. Gerald Sasser in lane number 8, John Miller in lane 9. Robert Wickham in lane number 10. Brenda Pinheiro in lane number 11. Dino Sana in lane 12. Dorian Memko in 13. Blake Sama in 14. Stephen Thompson in 15. Sandro Grew in 16. Chris Sergei in 17. Leo Abreu in 18. Maro Corriga in lane 19.
Oh, you know, a little slow start. I mean, it's cool stuff. It's better today. Yeah.
1 minute.
Go from here. Is that right? Go from here. That's right.
30 seconds. Ten. 5, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Cam, they are off. Again, you heard it. This is your Masters gentlemen, 35-39. Going to start out with those heavy dubs. Right from here, it's time to get inverted for 90 feet of handstand walk.
And is up down here in lanes 11 and 12 as we have Breno Pinheiro and Dino Sana now beginning their handstand walk. But here comes Blake Sama in lane 14 in the lead on this end of the floor, beginning that 90-foot handstand walk. Down here in lane 17, Chris Sergi now, 30 feet down, 60 feet. Kicks right back up for that final leg before those 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Almost cleared on his handstand walking. Asher Baptiste out of Old Gym CrossFit down in lane number 1.
Blake Sama on the way back in second as Chris Sergi in lane 17 will now get ready for his wall-facing handstand push-ups here for 15 reps.
Dr. Justin Lee on his way back down there in lane number 3. Chris Clyde as well. Down lane number 7, Rob Thomas. And lane number 9, Sean Miller. As you can see up on that board, guys, they've got 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups now they're going to execute.
Chris Sergi was the first one on those 15 handstand push-ups, and now he will move to the dumbbell first. Right arm, 12 dumbbell snatches with a 70-pound dumbbell, and then he will go into that walking lunge down to this end of the floor for 30 feet. Sergi all alone right now on this dumbbell, with one more snatch remaining before he begins that overhead lunge. Quick shake. 5 reps remaining in lane 15 for Stephen Thompson.
Rob Thomas down here with 5 left to go, but just 1 left to go here for John Miller. And he will jump off the wall where he's not going to tackle those dumbbell snatches following that traveling overhead lunge.
Down in lane 13, moving on to his dumbbell, Dorian Memko. Down this way, Chris Sergi in lane 17. A few more steps and he'll finish that first overhead walking lunge before he performs 12 dumbbell snatches on his other arm and then lunges back with the same arm overhead.
Side by side, guys, down in lane number 7 and 9. Rob Thomas, John Miller with both 3 left to go. Just 1, though, for John Miller, and he's going to move right into that lunge.
Final 4 reps for Dorian Memko in lane 13. On to his walking lunges in lane 11. Reno Pinheiro beginning his walking lunges on his right arm for 30 feet. Last couple dumbbell snatches on the left arm here for Chris in lane 17 before he begins that walking lunge back.
John Miller on to his next set of lunges down there in lane number 9. Just taking a spin move, post lunge. And also going right into it, Rob Thomas out of CrossFit Hype. And a few steps behind these guys down lane number 1, Asher Baptiste.
Final snatch for Sergi, and he will begin the overhead walking lunge down here in lane 17. Dorian Memko finishing off those snatches on his left side, as well as in lane 11, Bruno Pinheiro. Two more steps for Sergi, and once he gets back, he will have 6 rope climbs to complete as we are coming up on 4 minutes and 45 seconds into this 15-minute time cap. Our ladies had around 12 minutes finishing for that fastest time for our 35 to 39 division.
Back down onto those rope climbs, though. At lane number 9, Mr. John Miller and Rob Thomas will throw themselves up there in the air. 5 remaining to go for John.
5 remaining for Chris Sergi down here in lane 17. Last 4 for Sergi. And now down in lane 11, Breno Pinheiro beginning his 6 rope climbs.
3 rope climbs left to go for John Miller, and just down the lane from him with 4 to go, Rob Thomas. But on his way back down to the rope, Dobromir Karkoska. And down in lane number 1, Asher Baptiste.
Two reps remaining for Sergi after he taps here and slides down. 2 more rope climbs before he gets back to his 70-pound dumbbell for 12 more snatches and another 30-foot lunge.
John Miller makes his way back down after those rope climbs, where he's going to grab that dumbbell again for dumbbell snatches in that walking lunge.
In lanes 13, 14, and 15, Dorian Memko, Blake Sama, and Steven Thompson now beginning their rope climbs here for 6 reps. Sergi, 1 remaining in lane 17 as we are 6.5 minutes in.
Robert Wakeham with 5 rope climbs to go. And just 3 rope climbs to go for Dobramir.
Down this end of the floor, Chris Sergi now onto his dumbbell for the 2nd time, beginning those 12 snatches on his right arm before that 9-meter overhead lunge.
Dr. Justin Lee with just 2 rope climbs to go. He's going to hop right back up there. Just 1 more to go for Justin Lee and 1 more for Dobramir Karkoska.
Moreno Pinheiro finishing off on those snatches on his right arm, and now Blake Sama will join and move on to his dumbbell for his first 12 snatches on his right arm before moving on to that overhead walking lunge. Final snatch for Sergi on his right arm. Sergi on the way down for that first lunge.
John Miller with 1 more, and he's going to go right into those lunges and make his way right back to the wall for those 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Breno Pinheiro right on Sergi's heels as he will cross in lane 11 and will begin his 2nd set of snatches and lunges.
John Miller making his way back down the line. Rob Thomas with just 3 snatches to go. Mr. Chris Clyde, 3 snatches to go here. Dobramir in lane number 6 with 1 more snatch. Mikael Galera with just 3 more rope climbs left. Justin Lee covering quickly on his lunges down in lane number 3. And just next to him, Asher Baptiste.
6 minutes remaining. Last few snatches for Sergi in lane 17. Blake Sama trying to catch up to Breno Pinheiro and Chris Sergi here in lane 14. As he is hanging onto his dumbbell on his left side before moving on to those lunges. But Sergi will have 1 more remaining, as well as Pinheiro in lane 11.
Solid pace on those handstand push-ups for Rob Thomas. Not hopping down. He is going to drive through these 15.
Final lunge for Breno Pinheiro as he will jump ahead of Chris Sergi, lanes 11 and 17. 1 more snatch for Sama. Down in lane 15. Steven Thompson now with 2 snatches remaining. Pinheiro will be the first one back to the wall for the final 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
John Miller out of Stormbound down lane number 9, though. He's got only 4 left to go on those wall-facing handstand push-ups.
We are under 5 minutes to go.
Benjamin Panslav out of CrossFit Omaha in lane 2 with a few more snatches to go. But Dr. Justin Lee making his way back on those lunges. Just down the road is Dobramir Karkoska with his walking lunges. But 1 more wall-facing handstand push-up for John Miller.
Sama gets across, dumbbell lunges done. Pinheiro with a quick break with Sergi hanging onto this wall, and I see a hand getting ready to come up.
Robert Wakeham on the way back for his lunges down in lane number 10.
Final
Ready to
5
rally.
reps for Chris Sergi in lane 17. Now in lane 15 on the wall, Steven Thompson. Pinheiro with a hand up for 5 remaining. Sergi with a hand up for 5 remaining.
John Miller moving quick on his handstand walk, and just next to him, Rob Thomas, 2 lanes down out of CrossFit Hype. Also,
Sergi tuck and rolls out of the wall facing handstand push up and gets ready for his final 90 feet of handstand walking, as well as Breno Pinheiro in lane 11 getting ready for that final 90 feet. Coming up on the final 3 minutes. Sergi kicks up first before Pinheiro in lane 11.
Mikael Galera in lane number 4 wraps up his lunges, where he's going to come right now into those dumbbell snatches. And Mr. Chris Clyde flying through his dumbbell snatches. And 4 handstand push-ups remaining for Dobromir Karkoska.
30 feet down for Sergi, 30 feet down for Pinheiro. Can they catch up to Miller in lane 6? Sergi is off to finish off that second of 3 trips on this handstand walk, and he'll have 60 feet once he crosses green line. Pinheiro about 15 feet behind him. Who will get there first? 30 feet left for Miller and Sergi.
Just under 2.5 minutes to go, guys. Miami, let's help these guys out. It's been a haul for 12.5 minutes. Talk about shoulders.
Sergi is up for those final 30 feet.
On his final movement, though, guys, John Miller out of lane number 9 is on his final movement here with the ropes, and just out from here, Rob Thomas.
Chris Sergi now on the rope in lane 17. It's going to be a matter of who can hang on to this rope. Pinheiro now in lane 11 on the rope for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, lanes 11, 17, 7, and 9. Keep your eyes peeled.
Hand is up, though. Rob Thomas out of CrossFit Hype with his final, but sprinting on home, guys, out of lane 9. John Miller on official 13:35, and following him will be Rob Thomas about 1 second later.
Hand up for Chris Sergi here in lane 17. And he will take a 3rd place finish, 13 minutes and 51 seconds unofficially. Breno Pinheiro with his last 4 double unders, and there he goes. Just under the 14-minute mark for Breno Pinheiro in lane 11, and we have 60 seconds left.
Dobromir Karkoska on his way back with those handstand walks. Mr. Justin Lee on his way back with those handstand walks. He's almost over that line. Dobromir finishing strong with that rope. Gentlemen, you have 30 seconds remain.
Final push, boys. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our Masters athletes on the floor. Final workout of the weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza.
Dobromir Karkoska finalizing before that cap. He's got 12 seconds to go, guys.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Masters 35 to 39 athletes, everybody. John Miller will take an event win. He was currently sitting in 2nd place. We'll see where that puts him. Coming up next, we have our RX ladies.
Do we just have RX and that's it?
I think so. Yeah, because we're at, they're at 5. I think 5 p.m.
Redemption on the handstand walk.
What?
Yeah?
My first time I did Metcon Rush, him and his partner lost because he couldn't do a handstand walk.
No, and he did it?
He just once. Hey, him and his cousin. His cousin's name is Monroe. They're like from Virginia, and he couldn't do one of the handstand walks. Like he just kept like he was like getting like 10 feet, like 10 feet stop, getting it at 5 stop, and then like the last like 15 feet he couldn't do it. His cousin was like boom boom, and just sat there and waited. And, like he couldn't tag him in because one you go I go.
Oh my god.
And he did a little well before.
That's so awesome, though. So excited.
Here they come, our RX ladies. First of 2 heats coming out to take on the final event of our weekend here at the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza. In lane 2, we have Heleny Krain. Lane 3, Lilia Galchenko. Lane 4, Lucia Sell. Lane 5, Michelle Washington. Lane 6, Caitlin Banwart. Lane 7, Valerie Gunning. Lane 8, Ellen Marwick. Lane 9, Sarah Firestone. Lane 10, Casey Wells. Lane 11, Emma Strong. Lane 12, Carolina Martinez. Lane 13, Chancey Nelson. Lane 14, Mackenzie Gear. Lane 15, Victoria Robertson. In lane 16, Cass Lane. In lane 17, Jillian Volts. Lane 18, Kelsey Hayes. And in lane 19, Callie Sherrill.
One minute.
Green starting mat, athletes. Green starting mat.
Seconds. Seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Cam, we are off here. You said it. It's our RX ladies out on the floor with these weighted double unders to start them out.
That's right. Our ladies are starting with 60 Velites heavy double unders on the Velites heavy rope, followed by 90 feet on the handstand walk. Then they have 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 9 dumbbell snatches on one arm into a 9-meter overhead lunge, 70-pound dumbbell this time. They'll perform 3 legless rope climbs and then move back to the dumbbell for 9 reps and another 9-meter overhead lunge each arm. 15 more wall-facing handstand push-ups, and then another 90-foot handstand walk and 60 bolitas dubs. Down in lane 12, Carolina Martinez on the way for her first of 30 legs. Lane 15 now, Victoria Robinson on the way down, beginning her 90-foot handstand walk.
Heading down though as well. Down there in lane number 10, Miss Casey Wells and Ellen Marwick.
60 feet down for Victoria Robinson in lane 12.
And lane number 2, Helody Serene.
Few more steps here for Robinson in lane 12 as she will get to the wall-facing handstand push-ups first down this end of the floor. 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
And Casey Wells will step up to the plate for those wall-facing handstand push-ups. Down in lane number 2, Miss Helody Serene as well. And in lane number 5, Michelle Washington.
Onto the wall in lane 12 for those 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups all alone on this side. But it looks like down in lane 15, Victoria Robertson now making her way over to begin her 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Last 5 reps in lane 12 for Victoria Robinson before she moves back to her dumbbell for 9 dumbbell snatches and a 9-meter overhead lunge at 70 pounds.
Michelle Washington comes off of the wall, and she's going to grab that dumbbell and step right in for those dumbbell snatches and those walking lunges. And down there in lane number 10, Miss Casey Wells. 4 left to go here.
Cass Lane in lane 16 now upside down on that wall, as well as in lane 17, Jillian Bolt. And here in lane 18, Kelsey Hayes.
Just one more to go for Casey Wells out of Fort Fitness, so her final snatch. Now she's going to go right into those lunges. And only 2 reps behind her, Michelle Washington.
Victoria Robinson on her right arm for her first 9 dumbbell snatches here before she begins that 9-meter overhead lunge and performs it on her left arm. Few more handstand push-ups in lane 11 for Emma Armstrong, as well as in lane 15, Victoria Robertson. 1 more to go for her.
Just 2 more snatches, though, for Helody Serene, but on her way back with those lunges at lane number 5, Michelle Washington.
Final dumbbell snatch here in lane 12 for Carolina Martinez. Down here in lane 15, going touch and go, Victoria Robertson. On her way down for her first 9-meter lunge in lane 12, Carolina Martinez. Right arm, and then when she gets there, she'll complete the same thing on her left arm. 9 dumbbell snatches followed by a 9-meter overhead lunge.
Michelle with 5 more on those snatches to go, and 5 more as well for Casey Wells.
Victoria Robertson, one more dumbbell snatch before she goes into that lunge on her left side. Carolina Martinez, one more step for her. Down in lane 11. Emma Armstrong now be getting that overhead lunge. And here in lane 17, Jillian Bolts moving on to her dumbbell for the first time. 9 reps on her right arm.
Casey Wells and Michelle Washington, both with 2 remaining on those dumbbell snatches before they head back for those lunges.
Lane 17, Jillian Bolts going unbroken on these snatches. Looking very strong with this dumbbell. She'll quickly drop with just 1 more to go before she goes right into that lunge. 3 of our ladies, lanes 11, 12, and 15 on that dumbbell for the second time on their left arm here. 9 reps. With Carolina Martinez having 4 more reps to go on her left arm.
Helody Serene with just 3 dumbbell snatches to go, but Casey Wells and Michelle on their way back on those lunges. Down to lane number 5 and 10.
Jillian Bolts catching up here in lane 17, being the 4th lady on this side of the floor to make it on the other side. First 9-meter lunge will be done in a few short steps. Down in lane 1, Emma Armstrong has 4 reps remaining. Down in lane 12, 1 more snatch for Carolina Martinez, and she'll go right into that second 9-meter lunge before her 3 legless rope climbs as we are approaching the halfway mark of this 15-minute time cap, 7.5 minutes in.
Caitlin Bonwart wrapping up her handstand walk. Lucia Selle in lane number 4 with 1 more on her dumbbell snatch, but on her way back, Miss Helody Serene. And onto those rope climbs, Michelle Washington will jump up with just 3 rope climbs to go.
Lane 12, Carolina Martinez now on to her 3 legless rope climbs here in the middle of this workout. Once they complete those, they go back up the ladder onto the dumbbell for the final time. 15 more wall-facing handstand push-ups, another 90-foot walk, and 60 heavy double unders.
Michelle and Casey side by side, both with those 2 legless rope climbs remaining. And on their heels as well, Helody Serene down at lane number 2. And on her way back with those lunges at lane number 4, Lucia Selle.
Jillian Bolts making her way back here to those rope climbs for 3 reps. Down in lanes 11 and 12, Emma Armstrong and Carolina Martinez both be getting their first of 3 legless rope climbs.
Casey Wells climbing up for her final legless rope climb. And she will do it. Casey Wells on her way back down. She's going to pick up that 70-pound dumbbell again for those snatches, followed by those walking lunges.
One more climb for Emma Armstrong. 1 more climb for Carolina Martinez. Jillian Bolts is up in lane 15. Victoria Robertson on her first of 3 rope climbs. Jillian Bolts gets a quick one there. Here in lane 13, Chancey Nelson now on her 3 rope climbs with 1 down.
Casey Wells, 5 dumbbell snatches to go. 2 dumbbell snatches for Ellen Marwick before she heads back down for her lunges. And wrapping up her lunges, Lucia.
Just over 10 minutes in, now onto the dumbbell at the same time here, beginning on her left arm, Emma Armstrong, as Caroline Martinez straps on her belt to get ready for her set of dumbbell snatches here. Final time on. 1 more climb in lane 15 for Victoria Robertson.
Michelle Washington, strong on those dumbbell snatches. Lilia Galchenko wrapping up with that 70-pounder. And Valerie Gunning moving smooth with that dumbbell.
One more remaining here for Emma Armstrong in lane 11. 4 more remaining for Carolina Martinez, and Emma Armstrong has jumped into the lead on this side of the floor here in lane 11 as Jillian Bolts completes all 3 legless rope climbs. She was very strong with that dumbbell the last time she had it in her hands. She might have a chance to catch up to these ladies here in lanes 11 and 12. Emma Armstrong now lunging down in lane 11. Left arm overhead. Few more steps for her before she has the final 9 snatches on her right and then another lunge back to the wall. 3.5 minutes remaining, folks.
Casey Wells finishes that length of lunges. She's going to go back into those dumbbell snatches. Michelle Washington with 2 snatches remaining. And Helody over there with 3, looks like, dumbbell snatches to go. And one more legless. She's halfway up. Lucia out of lane number 4.
Emma Armstrong 4 snatches down on her final arm, her final set. She has 5 reps remaining, and then another 9-meter lunge. We have 3 minutes to go, ladies. Your final workout of the weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Here we go.
Michelle holding steady, finalizing her 9 lunges.
Jillian Bolts lunging down after completing the snatches on her right arm. She'll have 9 on her left and then another 9 lunge. Down here, 1 more snatch for Emma Armstrong. Carolina Martinez now on the dumbbell for the final time as well next to her in lane 12.
Ellen Marwack halfway up her final rope climb. And with 5 handstand push-ups remaining, Sarah Firestone.
Coming up in the final 2 minutes. And Emma Armstrong, a few more steps and she'll be done with that dumbbell. She'll move back to the wall for 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Casey Wells making her way back down the line on those last lunges, where she's going to then jump up onto the wall for those wall-facing handstand push-ups yet again. Michelle with a few more on those dumbbell snatches.
Emma Armstrong back to the wall for the final time. She'll have just over 90 seconds to get as far as she can into these wall-facing handstand push-ups and that 90-foot handstand walk as she cartwheels up and begins her 15 reps.
Casey Wells moving quick on those wall-facing handstand push-ups. Wasting no time as there is about 1:20 remaining. She's got 5 left to go on those handstand push-ups.
Carolina Martinez on the way back for her final 9-meter lunge before she gets back to the wall for her 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. And here comes Jillian Bolts in lane 17. 1 minute remaining, ladies.
Final 2 for Casey Wells, and she's off the wall, guys. She's going to head back for that 90 feet of handstand walking as you've got 40 seconds remaining, ladies. Lucia finishing up her lunges.
30 seconds left.
Helody with 2 more snatches to go.
Miami, I need you to make some noise for these ladies. Their final 20 seconds of competition here. We have 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1, time.
Miami,
ladies and gentlemen,
give
it
it
up for
up.
Miami. Give it up for our ex-ladies on an incredible weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. You said no? Good. I'll stay on this side.
feels, it's like I'll get hot, then I'm cold, then I'm hot, then I'm cold. Hence why I'm wearing a scarf with a tank top. Full on hot flashes. See those beautiful humans in the blue t-shirts? Yes, those are your beautiful volunteers that have been literally busting their butts all weekend long. So make sure you thank them when you see them all. Hats off to you guys, for real. On the floor, guys, we've got your RX ladies. Final heat here of these. Final workout for their weekend. Down lane number 1, Anna Rebizant. Lane number 2, Amara Wiley. Lane number 3, Hannah Erickson. Lane number 4, Laura Mugnier. Lane number 5, Rosalie Belanger. And lane 6, Tracy Johnson. Hannah Phipson in lane number 7. Rachel Klausing in lane number 8. Kendall Gilmore in 9. Miley Wade in 10. Ashley Angle in 11. Lindsay Lane in lane 12. Sarah Hogue in lane number 13. Paige Henry in 14. Isadora Marquez in lane 15. Sydney Sanders in 16. Alina Ward in lane 17. Kayla Kelly in 18. Caroline Pereira in 19. And JC Coolman in lane number 20. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Cam, what do we got?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our top 20 RX ladies on the floor for their final event of the weekend here at the TYR Wodapalooza at the TYR Arena. These ladies are taking on 60 heavy double unders on the Velites weighted jump rope, followed by a 90-foot handstand walk into 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Then they will perform 9 dumbbell snatches on their one arm into a 9-meter overhead lunge. Then 9 dumbbell snatches on the other arm, back into a 9-meter overhead lunge. 3 legless rope climbs to 15 feet right in the middle of this workout. And then back to the dumbbell for 9 again, each arm. 15 more wall-facing handstand push-ups. Another 90-foot walk, and then 60 more dubs. Last heat, we saw as much as 60 feet on the final handstand walk completed. And here in lane 12, Lindsay Lane now on the way back for her second of 3 trips on this 60-foot handstand walk, as well as JC Coolman in lane 20. "90 feet here, 3 trips, and they'll end back where the dumbbell is for 70 pounds to begin their dumbbell snatches on one arm, followed by a 9-meter overhead lunge back."
But in lane number 6, Tracy Johnson out of CrossFit Explodes, going to jump up onto that wall for those wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Down here in lane 12, Lindsay Lane now will kick up for her 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups here. Currently in 4th place.
Tracy Johnson out of CrossFit Explode with only 5 left to go.
Down in lane 16, Sydney Sanders now on the wall. JC Kuhlman now on the wall in lane 20, as well as in lane 13, Sarah Hogue.
One more to go for Tracy Johnson, and she is moving on to that dumbbell. These ladies are cruising right now on those wall-facing handstand push-ups. But taking no prisoners, guys. In lane number 6, Tracy Johnson. Five more snatches for Tracy.
One more handstand push-up down here in lane 12 for Lindsay Lane.
Hannah Erickson in lane number 3 with 5 left to go and only 1 remaining for Miley Wade out of CrossFit Mayhem. She's going to grab that dumbbell. Again, that's a 70-pound dumbbell where they're going to take 9 snatches. 9 lunges, 9 snatch, 9 lunge. Jumping up for those rope climbs right after. But one more snatch for Tracy Johnson.
Lindsay Lane now on her dumbbell with 4 reps remaining. Down here in lane 19, Caroline Ferreira now on her dumbbell, as well as in lane 18. Kayla Kelly now beginning her snatches on her right arm, and JC Kuhlman will now move up in lane 20 to begin her first set of 9 snatches. One more remaining for Lindsay Lane before she goes right into that 9-meter overhead lunge. Lunging down to the green line, then we'll do it again on her left side and lunge back before those legless rope climbs.
Tracy with a completion on those snatches and that lunge, and now she's back down here again for that other arm of those dumbbell snatches.
4 minutes in, Lindsay Lane on the way down for her first 9-meter lunge. One more snatch in lane 18 for Kayla Kelly. One more for Caroline Ferreira.
Miley Wade out of Mayhem down there in lane number 10 on her way back with those lunges. She's got another step, and now she's going to switch over to that other side for that dumbbell snatch. But 5 left to go here for Tracy Johnson out of Explode. 4 remain.
One more step here for Lindsay Lane. 9 meters down, and she will do the same thing on her left side before getting back to that rope for 3 legless rope climbs. And right into those dumbbell snatches she goes in lane 12. Lane 18, Kayla Kelly now. A few more steps to complete this first 9-meter overhead lunge. Five minutes in, again, our score to beat is 60 out of the 90 feet on the last handstand walk before the time cap. No finishers in our first heat of RX ladies.
But on her way back down with those lunges, guys, in lane 6 again, Tracy Johnson, and just 2 snatches remain. Now just 1 out of lane number 10, Miley Wade. And over here in lane number 3, Hannah Erickson plowing through those dumbbell snatches. And in lane number 4, Laura Munier picking up that 70-pound dumbbell.
Lindsay Lane now on the way back. Second lunge at 9 for 9 meters with that 70-pound dumbbell here in lane 12. Kayla Kelly with 3 snatches down on that left arm. Down here in lane 16 now, Sydney Sanders getting in the top 3 mix on this side of the floor.
Jumping up onto those rope climbs. We've got just 2 remaining rope climbs for Tracy Johnson. And down there out of Mayhem, Miley Wade.
1 down in lane 12 for Lindsay Lane as she has 2 more remaining here, all alone on this side of the floor for those 3 legless rope climbs. 1 more snatch for Kayla Kelly in lane 18, as well as Caroline Ferreira in lane 19. 1 final climb for Lindsay Lane in lane 12.
Tracy Johnson in lane number 6 completed on the rope climb. She's heading back with those dumbbell snatches, and Miley Wade with just 2 left to go on the rope. But tight on their heels, guys. Down lane number 8, Rachel Classing. and Hannah Phipson.
All 3 rope climbs completed for Lindsay Lane here in lane 12. And now she will begin her final 9 snatches on her right arm before another 9-meter overhead lunge, and then she does it again on her left side. 7.5 minutes in, we have a 15-minute time cap.
Flying up the rope, Laura Munier at lane number 4 with 2 left to go. And 2 rope climbs left to go for Rachel Klausing. But on her way back down, Miley Wade. And 1 more on those snatches to go for Miss Tracy Johnson.
Hand is up for Lindsay Lane with 3 snatches remaining on her right side as we are 8 minutes in. 2 more to go for her now, and then she will begin that 9-meter overhead lunge. Final 2 snatches for Lane. 1 more rope climb for Kayla Kelly. 1 more rope climb for Caroline Ferreira, lanes 18 and 19.
Rope climbs completed by Hannah Phipson and Rachel Klausing. They will make their way back to the dumbbell. Also, Laura Munier in lane number 4. And Hannah Erickson in lane number 3. But Tracy Johnson ripping through those dumbbell snatches.
Lindsay Lane gets across in lane 12. She'll have 9 more on her left before lunging back on her left arm, trying to catch up to Johnson, as well as in catching up to Gilmore in lane 9.
Lunge is complete for Miley Wade for that segment. She's going to pick that 70 back up for those dumbbell snatches. But just 3 more snatches to go for Tracy Johnson before she heads back down. And into her lunges, Rachel Klausing will head her way back. 3 snatches remaining for Hannah Phipson. On her way back, Laura Munier.
1 more snatch for Lindsay Lane in lane 12, and then a 9-meter overhead lunge. She is done with her dumbbell and on to the 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Here she goes.
Tracy Johnson completing her lunges, and she is on that wall.
Lindsay Lane halfway through this 9-meter lunge. Kayla Kelly, 1 more step, and then she will finish her first 9-meter lunge on this back half of the workout. Now she just has her left arm dumbbell snatches and 9-meter lunge back to the wall. Lindsay Lane making her way back to the wall now. 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
10 unbroken handstand push-ups for Tracy Johnson. She's got 5 to go. She's going to rip through these. And Ms. Miley Wade also jumping back up onto that wall.
Lindsay Lane with a quick set of 5 here before coming down to shake it off. 10 reps remaining for her.
Let the handstand walking begin yet again. Tracy Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, cycling her way back inverted.
Five reps remaining for Lane in lane 12.
Rosalie Belanger in lane number 5. 1 more snatch, and then she's going to head back for those lunges.
Final rep for Lindsay Lane. And now she'll move on to her 90-foot handstand walk. She'll be about 60 feet. Looks like 90 feet behind Johnson here.
On her way back down out of lane number 6, guys, Tracy Johnson finishing her handstand push-ups. Guys, we got about 12 minutes on the clock. Tracy is grabbing her rope.
30 feet down for Lindsay Lane in lane 12. Oh, and she is brought back from a no rep.
Miley Wade making her way back down there. Miley joining us from Mayhem at lane number 10. But dubs coming to completion by Tracy Johnson.
Lindsay Lane kicks back up to begin that handstand walk. First trip.
Miley Wade coming back through her final bit of handstand walking. And also on her rope, guys, down in lane number 10, Miss Miley Wade joining the party with that weighted rope.
Lindsay Lane on the way back to make 60 feet here. We get a tight race on her hand on this side of the floor.
Last few, guys. She's going to take it to the finish. Out of lane number 6, Miss Tracy Johnson will finish that one. Unofficial 13:26, ladies and gentlemen. And Miley Wade out of Mayhem on her last few skips here.
Lindsay Lane with 30 more feet to go.
One more snatch for Rosalie, where she takes it back into that lunge. Heading down, Amory Wiley in lane number 2 on those lunges.
Onto the rope. Lindsay Lane. Final 45 dubs as we have 60 seconds remaining.
Laura Munier hungry to finish this one as she makes her way back on those hands. Miley Wade, a few more. She's got quite the fan section over there. And ladies and gentlemen, Miley Wade finishing strong. 14:20 unofficial. On that rope as well, guys. We got Hannah Bibson finishing up her weighted jump rope with about 30 seconds remaining, ladies.
Lindsay Lane, you're going the wrong way, Lindsay. Lindsay Lane, everybody taking a 3rd place finish with 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Give it up for our RX ladies on an incredible weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Tracy Johnson will take an event and win. Miley Wade will take 2nd and Lindsay Lane in 3rd. Coming up next, we have our RX gentlemen for their final event of the weekend.
Onto the floor, guys. We've got your RX gentlemen. Heat number 1. joining the TYR Arena for their final workout of the weekend. In lane number 1, we got Santiago Sanchez Llobregat, Tyler McManus in lane number 2, Chad Hill in lane number 3, Colin Besh in lane 4, Kieran Taylor in lane number 5, Miguel Adia in lane number 6, Cody Rice in 7, Javier Arencibia in lane 8, Samuel Sanchez lane 9, Vicente Azua lane 10, Johnny Charles in 11, Peyton Lunsford in 12, Keanu Redongo in 13, Damian Conciatori in 14, Carlos Daniel Ocampo Uloa in 15, Hunter Robbins Gibbons in 16, Jean Marco Borsellino in 17, Roberto Carrasquero in 18, Eric Balmis in 19, and in lane number 20, Mattia Nacello.
One minute, athletes. 1 minute.
You know how it goes. It's just like, oh, you know how like you all the time.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Cam, they've got some heavy dubs here to start things out, where then they will proceed on to those 90 feet of handstand walks and then jumping up onto that wall for 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. And they've got a 100-pound dumbbell for those snatches and walking lunges with that 100-pound dumbbell. Legless rope climbs, turning it all the way back around, cycle through and finishing at where they started, that heavy double under.
That's right. We saw our ladies finish around that 13-minute mark for our RX division. Down this way in lane 11, Johnny Charles will begin his handstand walk here, and just next to him in lane 12, Peyton Lunsford now on the way down for his first of 3 trips for 90 feet on the handstand walk.
Colin Besh down here on that handstand walk, kicking up right away. And on lane number 6, Miguel Adia.
Johnny Charles back for 60 feet. Just behind him, Peyton Lunsford. Down here in lane 19, Eric Balmise, 60 out of 30 feet completed.
Miguel Adia making his way down quickly. And Santiago Sanchez at lane number 1.
Johnny Charles, 90 feet complete. Peyton Lunsford, 90 feet complete. And Johnny cartwheels up into the wall-facing position for his 15 reps, and he is off to the races for his 15 reps as Peyton Lunsford is just behind him. And now down in lane 19, Eric Balmise up on the wall for 15 reps.
Miguel and Santiago in lane 1, lane 6 on their wall-facing handstand push-ups first to begin with. And then joining that party in lane number 8, Javier. And in lane number 10, Vicente Azua will join that party.
Johnny Charles onto the dumbbell first here. 9 dumbbell snatches on one arm at 100 pounds into a 9-meter overhead lunge. Going touch and go here with the right arm is now in lane 12. Peyton Lunsford will move on to his dumbbell.
Santiago with just a couple reps remaining down lane number 1 on those handstand push-ups, and just 5 reps to go for Miguel Adia in lane number 6. And a hand is up for 4 reps remaining for Javier Arancibia.
4 reps remaining for Charles and Lunsford, lanes 11 and 12.
Lane number 8, Javier Arancibia out of CrossFit Syracuse will pick up his 100-pound dumbbell, and just down the lane from him, already getting a start on this one, Santiago Sanchez in lane number 1.
Lane 14, Damian Conciliatori now moving on to his dumbbell snatch with his left arm. And here in lane 15, Carlos Daniel Ucampo Ulola now on to his dumbbell. Lunsford about 2 steps ahead of Johnny Charles, lanes 12 and 11. Your leaders down this end of the floor.
One more rep for Vicente Azua in lane number 10. 4 more reps for Javier Arancibia in lane number 8.
Charles and Lunsford back here in lane 11 and 12, but now Lunsford will begin just ahead of Charles. 3 snatches down, touch and go on his left side. Four reps remaining for Peyton Lunsford in lane 12. 1 more rep remaining in lane 14 for Damian Conciliatori.
1 more lunge here for Vicente Azua, and he will wrap that first segment up of his lunge. He's going to pick that guy right back up for those dumbbell snatches, and just a little bit behind him in lane number 8, Javier Arancibia out of Syracuse. And on his way back down, Miguel Ardia in lane number 6.
Final snatch for Lunsford, and he will begin his second 9-meter overhead lunge, 1 step ahead of Johnny Charles in lane 11. Conciliatori now on the right arm in lane 14.
Cody Rice wrapping up about 1 more step he's got on that lunge, maybe 1 more.
Johnny Charles gets ahead of Peyton Lunsford. Now they'll have 5 legless rope climbs here, right in the middle of this workout. Charles getting ready, Peyton Lunsford chalking up.
1 final snatch to go for Vicente Azua before he will head back down for his walking lunges. He is on his way back down, eager for those legless rope climbs.
Peyton Lunsford, first gentleman up, and he gets 1 out of his 5 reps. Johnny Charles just behind him. First 1 of 5 completed for both athletes, lanes 12 and 11. 2 snatches left for Conciliatori in lane 14. Charles and Lunsford, climb for climb. 2 down each. 3 remaining. Who will jump up first? For this third climb, and there goes Lunsford.
Javier Arancibia with just 1 more to go. Cody Rice with just 2 dumbbell snatches to go. Just 1 rep behind him where he's going to lunge it back. But right now, in lane number 10, Vicente Azua wrapping up his lunges. And he's going to step up to those legless rope climbs with a total of 5 repetitions here. On his way also, though, lane number 8, Javier.
Lunsford, 1 more climb. Johnny Charles, 2 more climbs. Damian Conciliatori in lane 14, beginning his first of 5 climbs. Lunsford, 1 more to go. And he taps and gets in, slides down, and now he will make his way back to the dumbbell for the final time. Johnny Charles in lane 1, as we are approaching the 7-minute mark, has 1 more rope climb, while Conciliatori has 4 more.
Wrapping up his lunges, Tyler McManus down in lane number 2 will take 1 more step, it looks like. And 4 more snatches for Santiago down there in lane number 1, and just 2 snatches for Colin Besh in lane number 4.
Peyton Lunsford means business with 5 unbroken snatches and 100 pounds on his right arm as we are approaching the halfway point. 4 more reps to go. Johnny Charles approaching his dumbbell now in lane 1 to begin his 9 snatches.
Vicente Azua down in lane number 10, finalizing his last, now 2 rope climbs. And just a rep behind him in lane number 8 with 3 now to go. Javier Arancibia with 3 legless rope climbs remaining. But jumping up as well, Miguel Adia out of F45 training has got 5 legless rope climbs, and just next to him, Cody Rice.
Damian Conciatori now moving on to his dumbbell for the final time. 9 snatches on one arm into a 9-meter overhead lunge. Peyton Lunsford, final dumbbell snatch, and he will begin that walking lunge down to the middle of the floor before performing 9 snatches in a 9-meter overhead lunge on his left side for the final time. We are 8.5 minutes in. 2 snatches left for Johnny Charles.
1 legless left for Vicente Azua in lane number 10. And now 1 legless left for Javier as well, down lane number 8. 2 for Cody Rice. And almost there it is now. 2 remaining as well for Miguel. And 4 legless left for Colin Besh.
Lunsford back on the dumbbell. Final 9 reps.
Vicente Azua on his way back, finalizing those snatches, and just 2 down from him, guys. Javier, Cody Rice next to him, and Miguel in lane number 6. And with just almost 2 more rope climbs, there he is, lane number 4, Colin Besh.
1 more dumbbell snatch for Peyton Lunsford, your current leader in this heat. Then he'll go right into his 9-meter overhead lunge. Johnny Charles with 5 reps remaining, and here comes Lunsford, lunging back to begin his 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups as we are 10 minutes in, 5 minutes remaining until this 15-minute time cap. Damian Conciatori now in lane 14, 1 more step for him, and 1 arm of 2 completed on this final 9 and 9.
Samuel Sanchez, 4 rope climbs remain. He flies up on that first one, tackling with ease, but now moving forward down on this half of the arena in lane number 10. Vicente Azua will make his way back with those overhead walking lunges, stabilizing that left arm overhead.
Lunsford with a no rep here has to bring it back 10 feet, and Johnny Charles will now pass in lane 11 with a few more steps trying to stabilize that dumbbell overhead.
Cody Rice pulling ahead a little bit here on those lunges. Then to tackle those dumbbell snatches, and on his way back as well, Javier Arancibia.
4 minutes to go. Johnny Charles on the wall, now in the lead. Lane 11 beginning those 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Lunsford now on the wall, and he is bouncing off his head trying to get through these 15 as quick as he can. Charles comes down about halfway through. Lunsford still hanging on here. Conciatori, 1 more snatch left before he can begin lunging back. Still not coming off the wall. Peyton Lunsford, lane 12, everybody.
Vicente and Javier working side by side on those dumbbell snatches. Miguel Adia, Cody Rice also on their dumbbell snatches, ready to head back down. Cody Rice with just 3 more dumbbell snatches to go.
Here we go. 3 minutes, and it is a race on the hands. Peyton Lunsford and Johnny Charles kick up at the same time, and they are right next to each other on this first 30-foot walk into the 90. Charles crosses first. Lunsford gets across 30 feet down.
Vicente and Cody one single dumbbell snatch to go before they head back down. And they're going to race down there for those 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Johnny Charles kicks up first ahead of Lunsford. 2.5 minutes remaining. Charles about halfway down. Final 5 feet for Charles. Payne Lunsford is up, and he is on his way back to make 60 feet. Charles gets there first. Charles now has 30 more feet, and then those 60 heavy double unders as we are just over 2 minutes left.
Santiago making his way back with those dumbbells and hopping up for the rope. Tyler McManus and jumping up onto his rope. Kieran Taylor.
Charles is up. Lunsford is up. Step by step. Damian Cacciatore now trying to get up here.
Cody Rice on that wall first down here in lane number 7, about to kick up, but right tight on his heels. Who will kick up? Cody Rice jumps up there, and right to follow, Vicente Azua.
Payne Lunsford grabs the ropes first. 90 seconds in with a quick break. Johnny Charles still going here. 60 reps to be completed. Just under 90 seconds. Quick break for Lunsford as Charles is still going for unbroken. Who will finish first? 40 down for Charles.
Vicente Azua not stopping on his handstand push-ups. He's going to hop off, take a breather, and Cody Rice starting to power through these. And right next from him, Javier Arencibia
Here
at number
goes
8.
Johnny Charles. 14 minutes and 1 second. Unofficially, your time to beat for the next heat. Payne Lunsford still finishing off on those double unders. 45 seconds, last 5 reps for Lunsford.
Side by side,
Payne
Vicente
Lunsford will get
Azua.
across. 14:22 unofficially.
Vicente Azua, lane number 10, back up to his dumbbell. Cody Rice also back up to his dumbbell. And they are going to take that handstand walk. Both boys getting inverted to finalize a few more points with 20 seconds on the clock, gentlemen.
Final 15, ladies and gentlemen. Miami, I need you to get loud for these last 10 seconds. 10 seconds to go. 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our first of 2 heats for our RX Men. An incredible weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. Johnny Charles setting the time to beat for the rest of our RX gentlemen at 14 minutes and 1 second unofficially.
I know.
We have one more to go.
And then we're all done. Yeah. Are you ready? Let's fucking go. Last day, best day, last one, best. You need a peanut butter M&M?
Actually, that'd be fantastic.
They look a little rough. The bag got wet, but they still taste great. Go, Connor.
I actually just sent this to you. Yeah, I know. Literally just saw him like 5 minutes ago.
Did you know that?
No, no, he was on freaking the sandbox.
He was on what?
He was working the sandbox.
Will you give those
Trash.
to
Is that trash?
And take, no. Give him the cam. And Mike, here, eat those guys. The bag got wet, but it's fine. I had what?
I don't fucking know.
Is he gonna
I
tell
showed
us?
Mike. I'm like, you didn't say shit to any of us.
No.
Blew my socks off. I was like,
What the fuck?
first of all, wait till we're all done. Tell us tonight.
Exactly. Let's complete it first. On the floor, guys, your final heat of RX gentlemen entering the TYR Arena to wrap up their weekend. We got a heck of a workout for them. Guys, we've got lane number 1, Pedro Laranjera. Lane number 2, Benicia Stelben. Lane number 3, Gabriel Mathieu. Lane number 4, Jackson Miller. Lane number 5, Olivier Carrier. Lane number 6, Guy Dominguez. Lane number 7, Stephen O'Brien. Lane number 8, Thomas Sandoval. Lane number 9, Nate Scola. Ty Jenkins in lane number 10. Riley Humringhouse in lane 11. In lane number 12, Jordan Chenier. Lane 13, Mark Tabaka. Lane number 14, Ricardo Marquez. Lane 15, Christian Ramon. Lane 16, Kevin Goslin. Lane 17, Martin Pfeifferlich. Mike Scansorello in lane 18. Jeremy Guadzilla in 19. And Daniel Domenico in lane 20.
It's 20 seconds, athletes. Sorry. 10. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are off the final individual heat of the day for our RX men. 14 minutes and 1 second is your time to beat to take home 100 points to cap off your weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza. 60 heavy double unders into a 90-foot handstand walk, followed by 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Then they will do 9 dumbbell snatches on one arm with a 100-pound dumbbell, followed with a 9-meter lunge on the same dumbbell. Then go into the other arm, dumbbell snatch and lunge, followed by 3 legless rope climbs, and then they'll work their way back up, dumbbell, handstand push-up, handstand walk, and back to those heavy double unders on the Benitez heavy rope. And here we start to see a sea of gentlemen running on their hands. First 30 feet complete for most of our athletes.
On their way back down the floor, guys, in lane number 3, Gabriel Mathieu in lane number 3 on his handstand walks, and just down from him, Jackson Miller. And in lane number 5, Olivier Carrier.
Down here in lane 14, Ricardo Marquez will be the first athlete down this side of the floor onto his wall-facing handstand push-ups. Here in lane 20 as well as 19, Danielle Domenico Commune and Jeremy Guazdala will now make their way to their wall-facing handstand push-ups for 15 reps.
Ty Jenkins down there in lane number 10, moving quick. And down in lane number 2, Benicia Stelben, and right next to him, Gabriel Mathieu. And they've got 15 of these wall-facing handstand push-ups before they jump back onto the dumbbell for those snatches and those walking lunges. Again, that's a 100-pound dumbbell, but we've got hands up in lane number 3. Gabriel.
Ricardo Marquez onto the dumbbell, a few snatches down on his right arm. And here in lane 20, Danielle Domenico Commune will now make his way to his dumbbell.
First one to pull that snatch down this end, though, lane number 10, Ty Jenkins.
Here in lane 11, currently in second place, Riley Humringhouse now onto his dumbbell snatches with his right arm.
Ty Jenkins with 5 dumbbell snatches to go.
One more dumbbell snatch for Ricardo Marquez. One more to go in lane 11 for Riley Humringhouse. And down in lanes 20 and 19, Danielle Commune and Jeremy Guizdala. But Ricardo Marquez will be getting that first overhead lunge.
Ty Jenkins making his way down with those lunges down in lane number 10. And just 2 snatches to go for Gabriel in lane number 3.
Jordan Chenier now in the top 3 in lane 12. Finishing that overhead lunge just a step ahead of our athlete in lane 14, Ricardo Marquez, and Riley Humerhouse just about 3 steps behind.
Ty Jenkins flying down here in lane number 10, moving that 100-pound dumbbell with utter ease. He's got 5 snatches to go. And on their way back, Gabriel in lane number 3 and in lane number 5, Olivier.
4 snatches left for our athlete in lane 12, currently in 4th place, Jordan Chenier. Five reps remaining for your 2nd place overall athlete, Riley Humerhouse.
Olivier taking on his in lane number 5. 1 snatch down. There's 2. Gabriel stepping up for this one, pulling it off the ground. And just 1 more dumbbell snatch for Ty Jenkins down in lane number 10.
Jordan Chenier now on the way back for his 9-meter lunge before getting to his 5 legless rope climbs.
Two more for Olivier. 2 more for Gabriel.
Jordan Chenier now finishing his lunges on his left arm and now make it to his 5 legless rope climbs. And here in lane 11, about 10 more feet to go, but in lane 14, Ricardo Marquez now on the way back for that 2nd lunge before those 5 legless rope climbs.
On to his legless rope climbs, guys. In lane number 10, Ty Jenkins out of Table Rock CrossFit will jump up, wasting 0 time. He's got 1 down. And almost to his rope climbs. Out of lane number 5, Olivier Carriere.
Down in lane 12, 2 out of the 5 climbs down for Jordan Chenier. Here in lane 12, your current 4th place athlete trying to make his way onto the podium here, making a statement here on high stakes tight ropes. Down in lane 11, Riley Humerhouse now makes his way over.
Jackson Miller prepping to hop up that rope climb. Olivier with 4 left to go. And just 2 remaining for Ty, and now just 1 to go for Ty Jenkins.
Ricardo Marquez with 1 out of the 5 complete. Jumping up for his first one, Riley Humerhouse in lane 11. Jordan Chenier now getting his 4th climb, and he'll have 1 remaining here in lane 12 as we are just under that halfway mark, 7.5 minutes in.
Making his way back down goes. Post 5 legless rope climbs is Mr. Ty Jenkins out of lane 10, tossing that 100-pound dumbbell overhead with utter ease. Lane number 8, Thomas Sandoval, finishing on his overhead lunges, and 5 snatches to go. Lane number 7, Stephen O'Brien.
Jordan Chenier, all 5 rope climbs down, moving back to the dumbbell for the final time. 9 snatches, right arm into that 9-meter overhead lunge. Riley Humerhouse with 1 more climb remaining. Ricardo Marquez, 1 more climb remaining, lanes 11 and 14 respectively. But Chenier all alone on the dumbbell here on this side of the floor. Your current 4th place athlete.
One more dumbbell snatch for Ty Jenkins down here in lane number 10. He's going to head back on those lunges. Olivier Carriere, and joining him in lane number 4, Jackson Miller will grab that dumbbell, tossing it overhead. 5 remaining for Olivier. 1 more for Gabriel. 1 more for Vinicius in lane number 2. And he will jump off the rope and grabbing that 100-pound dumbbell.
On his way down for that 3rd out of 4 lunges for 9 meters. Jordan Chenier, lane 12. Once he gets here, he has 9 more snatches on his left arm into that 9-meter overhead lunge, and then back to those handstand push-ups. Again, that time to beat, 14:01. Lunge is done, and now he'll make the turn to begin his left arm for 9 reps.
Rolling ahead a little bit, Jackson Miller out of Diablo CrossFit with a couple more steps, and just a few steps behind him, Olivier Carrier. And 1 more dumbbell snatch for Ty Jenkins out of Table Rock CrossFit before he heads right back down.
Riley Humerhouse now on the way down for that 3rd out of 4 lunges, 9 meters on his left hand, and then he has 9 more snatches on his right into the final overhead lunge back to the wall for those wall-facing handstand push-ups. But Chenier still in the league here. Lane 12.
Pedro
1 more snatch for
Laranjera
Ricardo
in lane-
Marquez.
Pedro heading back for his lunges down in lane number 1 and hopping off the rope out of lane number 6, Guy Dominguez. And with 2 rope climbs remaining out of lane number 7, Stephen O'Brien. And finishing up with just 2 rope climbs to go out of lane number 8, Thomas Sandoval.
4 more snatches on his left arm. Jordan Chenier, lane 12. Back on the dumbbell, 2 left. Drops it before that last one and to get right into that overhead lunge.
Ty Jenkins out of lane number 10, upside down on those wall-facing handstand push-ups. Ready for completion. He's got a total of 15 to do here.
1 more for Chenier. Ricardo Marquez gets across in lane 14. Riley Humerhouse. Few more lunges to go to make it across that green line before he can begin his snatches on his opposite arm.
Just 4 handstand push-ups remaining for Ty Jenkins right now out of lane number 10. Guys on the clock, 11:15.
Jordan Chenier, few more steps to get across that green line for his final 9-meter lunge, and then he can begin his last 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
Ty Jenkins on his handstand walk. He's got 90 feet, about 30 down. His final movement after this is going to be that weighted jump rope for those weighted double unders. For a total of 60. Kicking right back up, sparing no more time.
On the wall down here for his 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Jordan Chenier in lane 12. Last couple snatches here for Riley Humerhouse as well as Ricardo Marquez, lanes 11 and 14.
Guy Dominguez on his way back with his overhead walking lunges, and Ty Jenkins picking up that weighted jump rope, ladies and gentlemen. Ty Jenkins will finish out his double unders here with about 12 and a half minutes down, guys. 2.5 minutes till that cap.
Jordan Chenier back up on the wall here, currently in 2nd place in this heat. Humerhouse on the way back to begin those wall-facing handstand push-ups. Ricardo Marquez just a few steps ahead of him on his way back. Now 1 more step for Marquez, and lunge is complete, and they will get across with just 2 minutes to go. 2 more minutes.
Jackson Miller down lane number 4, and Olivier Carrier finishing off with their wall-facing handstand push-ups. But guys, down in lane number 10, Ty Jenkins finalizing. And Ty Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen, running it all the way to the finish. Mr. Ty Jenkins, unofficial 13:25.
90 seconds remaining. Ricardo Marquez unbroken on the final 15 wall-facing handstand push-ups, and he is up onto his handstand walk. 90 feet to be completed as we are approaching the final 60 seconds of this workout. 30 down for Ricardo.
Stephen O'Brien heading back down for his lunches. Right next to him, Guy Dominguez on lane number 6. But 5 handstand push-ups to go for Vinicius. Down lane number 2, Jackson Miller and Olivier finishing out their wall-facing handstand push-ups.
45 seconds remaining, athletes. Here we go. 30 more feet for Ricardo Marquez. Jordan Chenier now up in lane 12. "30 seconds. Onto the rope for Marquez. Can he finish these 60 reps?
Nate Scola making his way back out of Team Soul.
10 seconds. In 5, 3, 2, 1, time. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your RX men on an incredible weekend here at the 2025 TYR Wodapalooza.
Cool. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for our elite teams to come on out, who wants a rain? Rain is here for a free giveaway. I need you to make some noise if you want a free rain. What are we throwing out here? Oh, we're throwing out cans. Handing out cans. Make some noise if you want a rain. Rain crew coming by.